Oh no.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of
Yo.
Exploring Shaldaera. It's the first episode back after a break, so of course there was going to be a couple of tech issues. My name is Eli O'Hara, I'm your Dungeon Master, and this is my table of wonderful players. Say hi everybody.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. I didn't do the joke. Damn it.
It's okay, that's what Cass is here for. So yeah,
Hey.
we've been away for a couple of weeks, but we have, a couple of us have been up to some fun things. Cass was away at a LARP event in England, doing some cool stuff, playing a D&D character IRL essentially.
Yep.
The dream.
Let me tell you, I got some fucking crits. Let's leave it at that.
You
Nice.
did indeed. And then both, I believe, both Kat and Caitlin have been at cons over the past while. Caitlin
Know it.
was DMing at Dublin Comic Con for anyone that was there. You might have seen her doing amazing stuff, doing the team proud.
I have learned that children truly are sociopaths. That's my biggest takeaway.
That is
And
fact.
also, a person dressed in full plate armor decided to play paladin during one of my games, and that was the
Best.
best thing ever. Shout out to that person.
Based. What an absolute hero. So yeah, we've been away for a couple of weeks, but with that, I think we're just going to shoot straight on into it. Anyone who has missed the last session we did, or any of them before, let me see if I have the right command here. Yes, there's the playlist. So anyone who's missed stuff so far, that will direct you to the first 4 episodes that are all up on YouTube now. So if you've not seen them or would like to see them again, you saw them live and did what I do and like have a bit of an ADHD moment and like zone out for like half an hour and want to see any things you've missed, that's the place to go. You will get the first 4 episodes of that, and then the rest of the episodes will usually be uploaded on like the following Monday or Tuesday after the session. So this episode, if you've got to leave early at some point or whatever, you'll be able to catch up through that link, so keep an eye on that. And with that, I think we will get into tonight's episode of Exploring Shaldaera. So, last we left off, our band of merry adventurers were directed by Nixtarina's member of the Halcyon Warden, Aramis and to go essentially to a Temple of the Deep One that we found out previously that is a deity that Rune was intimately familiar with years previously. After Rune getting out of her pajamas and into her government-sanctioned robes, and everyone donning their adventuring gear and getting what supplies they needed, you all made your way to the Temple of the Deep One, and there was a trial to undertake, which you all passed successfully. Some of you slightly less successfully than others, as some people were rendered unconscious multiple times or swallowed.
Okay.
I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. I just resent it.
That's fair. I'll allow that.
Well, technically unconscious or swallowed. More of an and, but.
Anyway, as Ben was unconscious, you could all see the artifact laying on a kind of like altar on the other side of the room. And Celestia turned to you all and was like, "Am I okay to go and get it?" Went and got it. Was like, "Sorry, it's just business," and fucking teleported away. Celestia, who also has the other artifact in her bag as well. So you guys are now 0 for 2. So what would you all like to do?
It had occurred to me that I after that day ended, I was like, I could have definitely counterspelled that, and I forgot about it. Oh well.
It happens.
Yeah, there's that.
I think I might, like, if I was conscious, I might have been able to counterspell it as well.
You counterspell as an artificer?
I think so. I couldn't have now that I look at my spells, but I didn't have it.
That I should have counterspelled it, and I forgot about it.
I'm gonna have Nessa go and throw a single point of lay on hands on Ben so that he can wake up. Oh fuck it!
Why am I?
I had said at the end last time that Giri was working on Ben, but we can both tag team. That's fine.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
No, that's fine.
It was 2 weeks ago.
So Ben, you wake up facing the ceiling, and like you see like the water pouring down on all the sides, but you also see your companions like looking down on you, and there are looks on their faces that is not just concern for your health.
What? I can't remember. Was I unconscious before I was swallowed?
I don't remember.
No. You
became unconscious.
You became unconscious while you were swallowed.
Yeah.
In the flying thing, in one of the flying.
Yeah.
One of the sky swimmers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
This is like. I just remember going into a tunnel somehow, and it was really wet. Wait, what happened? Where
you say as you wipe the slime off of your face.
Oh, why am I so sticky?
Ben, you're covered head to toe in this like gross like molasses texture ooze.
Yeah.
And Rin, you got swallowed as well, didn't you?
Did I?
Because 2 people got swallowed. Yeah, Rin, you got swallowed as well. So you're also covered in molasses.
I got swallowed. I don't know if Rin did.
Oh, I really don't remember.
No, you got swallowed by the Kraken, and then Ben and Rune, I believe, both got swallowed by the sky swimmers.
Yeah, and it was a whole thing where like it was separate ones that we were trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who's better? Who to go for first?
Okay.
Yeah. So Rune, you also have like this molasses shit covering you. Which you could like prestidigitation at a way.
I'm absolutely prestidigitate it off of.
Did
us.
you? Did you cover me in slime? What the fuck is this shit?
It's gonna.
Technically speaking, I'm not sure you want to know.
Wait,
Well,
where's
The
Where's
corpses are still
Yogi?
here.
Yogi?
Is
Oh
Yogi
yeah,
okay?
that was the thing that happened. Do we remember
Isn't-
this?
Yeah, I
ran
remember.
over.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking.
Ben, can you make a perception check for me, please?
Oh, no.
Sure.
There's Yogi guts somewhere on the ground.
It's like Legos going.
You literally just
10.
10.
I just stopped.
It's not a
just stopped
super high
conscious.
DC. You see like about like fucking 50 yards away from you on the other end of the temple room.
Lego
You see
pieces.
like pieces and like broken wings and like a beacon head that's at an angle it shouldn't be. As you can see the remains of Yogi that is splattered onto the temple floor.
What? What happened?
I'm gonna cast exposition at 3rd level to explain the situation.
Exposition 3rd level.
Yes,
I like that.
to catch Ben up.
Yeah.
Okay, and how would you say
And
that?
is
Yeah. Well, she's not the happiest camper right now, so she'll probably let somebody else do it if somebody wants to verbally explain. Because she is not here.
So basically, man, how it kind of went down was you got, chomped by one of the little ones, and I got chomped by the big one. I kind of blew it up from the inside, and then we killed the fucker, and then found you, and the professor, and Nissa gave you some healing, and in amongst the mix, the kind of shady, clericy person who was kind of rude to Ben, stole the artifact, teleported away, and I don't really know where it is now. So that's about the long and short of it. That's about three quarters. There's probably some stuff I'm forgetting, to be honest. I did take a couple knocks to the head, but
so that's why she didn't want me to take a look at that artifact.
yeah, man, didn't want you beaten into the punch. It's kind of.
I mean, in fairness, you did kind of get your mind invaded the first time.
No
I mean, yeah,
reason
to
to
be
keep it
fair.
after, though.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is gonna look really bad on our annual reports.
I think it'll look worse for her.
No, I think it's gonna look the worst on the what's it called? The wardens? Yes, them.
Yeah. On Celestia.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. She was with that what's his face? Elf fella. Wears a lot of red. You put drinking with him, Rune. Oh, that's bad. I'm usually really
Which
good with
one was
names.
that? The blonde one or
Um,
the black-haired one?
Yeah. That sounds about right. Jack.
Track. Oh,
Yeah.
I have to tell him, don't I?
I mean, that was his.
Don't worry,
His
I can
fr-
tell him myself if you'd like.
Is it his colleague, his friend?
Of sorts. I think he's. Doesn't his dad run that group?
No. So
Yeah.
right, clarification here because
Point of clarification.
above the table because there's a lot of cross lines here. Krakengard do not work for the Halcyon Wardens. Krakengard
Yes, the
are
Halcyon Wardens are like a group of them, right?
no,
It's like
no,
the Tarask 10.
Yeah.
The Halcyon Wardens are not part of any of the adventuring guilds. They are not affiliate. They are not.
Who do they answer to?
They are kind of like their own kind of
the-
like unique council almost. They are
Well, like Avengers S.
They are the Avengers essentially.
Yeah.
Is what they are.
They're supranational, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Great. So not even NATO. All right.
Right.
Love
So the Halcyon Wardens are not affiliated with Krakengard, and as such would have not done any background checks of any adventurers going into Krakengard.
But Drac knew them.
Drac only knew them because he was...
His dad is one, right?
Well,
Yeah, isn't his dad in it?
his dad's in the Halcyon Wardens.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
But with Celestia, Drac really knew from what you gathered in the previous conversation, he knew her by reputation, and because he had probably met her the previous day because he was almost doing a work study with Alfarius, who are the best team in Krakengard, which Celestia was a member of.
So it's not. Go. You go first.
Okay, so clarification purposes, Krakengard is the national sponsored team of Adventurers Guild. It's just for clarification's sake.
So
right?
they are one of the two most well known adventuring guilds in Ithelea specifically.
Okay, got it.
So that's specifically of the city.
Got it. Okay, and Celestia was part of the Kraken Guild, not the Warden specifically.
Which is the same guild that Athanasios, Rune, and Nessa are a member of.
Right.
And so she's a member. She's a member of. Go ahead.
No problem. You guys would probably have known Celestia longer than Drac would have.
Right, because you guys have worked in the same speed. Your co-workers, pretty much, essentially.
So then we wouldn't be drawing the conclusion to be suspicious of Drac's father by association because we knew her previously. Okay.
Yeah.
We have known her previously.
I thought she's on her work experience too.
No, that was
that was the other one we didn't take.
Yeah, it was the one that you didn't take.
The sorcerer.
Yeah.
Drac recommended Celeste because she was a cleric that he was currently working with.
Yeah.
Right.
It was Ariana Sunfury who was the work study, and Drac actually was trying to push for you guys to take Ariana instead. Because he was she can provide a bit more utility and stuff.
But we wanted the buff.
Yeah.
Because we had a utility ourselves already, so it's something. Okay, understood. That caught up.
Does that give a bit more clarification?
Yes.
Yes, but do we think that it's just coincidence that we picked the one who was on the wrong side, or are we thinking that
Aramis,
they gave us two bad choices?
Well, we don't know.
She was.
Aramis is what organization does he fall in?
So Aramis is the same as Lorenthal. They are both Halcyon Wardens.
Okay, so Ayaka is going to step away for a second and make a phone call.
Okay. And you contacted Aramis straight away here, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just calling him. So I'm just picking up the sending tone, hey, waiting for it to pick up.
We have phones.
You have the sending stones.
Yeah, walkie-talkies, whatever.
Okay.
Miss Oshiro, how can I help?
Aramis, we have a problem.
What's happened?
The Alfarius member, Celeste, I think her name was, she's compromised. She took the artifacts and left. I don't know if Kraken Guard is compromised or not. It might be prudent to restrict their operations for the time being. I don't know if the wardens have that authority or not, but we don't know how deep this goes, and it might be prudent to gather them in one place where we can see them.
On it. And with that, you all see Drac just teleport in straight away. And he looks at you all. So Aramis was obviously sitting with Drac at this point.
Yeah,
and
I was on speakerphone.
You were on.
I was on speaker. Yeah.
You need to go now, and suddenly Drac, who's the one who's been kind of your teleport taxi,
our chauffeur,
has just teleported in. It's okay, does someone want to give me the lowdown on what the fuck just happened?
Kraken Guild may
I'd
be
like to cast
compromised.
exposition at 5th level. Yeah.
Right. So you don't have to say it.
I'll give you the rundown.
Yeah, explain that.
you mean,
That's
yeah, she
Celeste
came-
is gone. She
With our
she
things.
took everything.
Yeah.
Took the kids.
The things are dead though.
to the car, to the house.
She took the artifacts. Fuck.
Yeah, both.
Yep.
of them.
And I think she might have been trying to cozy up to me too before this. Don't know why.
Probably.
She asked me to go with her.
Oopsie.
Probably to.
Not like that.
Oh.
Probably to try and not arouse suspicions if that was the game that she's playing. Did she say anything before she left? Anything that gave any hints about why?
Deadliest. She said she wanted to. I asked about studying weapons and stuff, and she said that was friendly with Deadliest or something about this guy Deadliest.
Daedalus. She doesn't.
Daedalus, sorry.
She wouldn't be friendly with Daedalus. She'd probably just know him as the guy because Daedalus is just the guy.
But she
in the
wanted
city.
me to go with her to him.
Well,
I think at the very least he might know something.
it also seemed that she was under some kind of contract, mercenary perhaps.
Is Daedalus the one I met in the baths in my temple?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the Forge Master.
Yeah. Okay.
But
And who better to go to about artifacts than a Forge Master?
Did she say anything before she betrayed you all?
She said it was just business, apparently. I was unconscious.
So she's getting paid for it.
She's either leaves us two options. She's either a mercenary or a fanatic. I'd much rather she was a mercenary. It makes it easier.
I'm leaning mercenary. I doubt
I'm also
fanatics.
leaning.
I doubt fanatics would be so relaxed about the whole thing.
I feel like a fanatic
for the deep one.
No,
Maybe not the deep one, but for someone.
we've
a
had
fanatic-
more information on our side too.
Oh, good. Let's gather up, shall we then?
Yeah.
Right,
Maybe
right.
it's-
First off, let's get out of here. We're I'm trying to think where's the best place to go. So if Celestia is compromised, I don't know who else is.
Just to be clear, she did not just take the artifact and leave. She took the artifact and left my student unconscious. She's not just a traitor, she is also a traitor to her.
Yeah.
She's a cleric. She's not supposed to do that.
Doc, it was my fault for being an idiot anyway.
No, you're none of you are to blame in this, okay? She had everyone fooled. Like,
No, I'm not blaming anybody.
and I'm the one who gave you guys her as an option.
Oh, my blame is on others right now. Not anybody here.
But assigning blame is not going to be productive right now. We need to get somewhere safe, consolidate, and figure out what next steps are. Let's go to Aramis's. It's going to be the safest place right now. Because he's the one, aside from my dad, who is still not in contact, which is now concerning. He's the only one that I trust. So, I think we should all go there. You all well enough to travel? I've got a couple of healing potions if anyone needs some.
I've got some of my own. I'll just chug them now. And I'll do that.
You also have 23 points of healing from Cure Wounds. I
you.
didn't want to interrupt earlier.
Does this conversation and experience count as a short rest or no?
You will be getting a long rest.
Yeah, I was like, maybe
Okay.
you don't want to chug the potions because we're about to rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you have 23 points of healing, you'd
I don't
probably
think I've
okay.
used a healing potion yet anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you never know. So if we're gonna rest, then maybe just hold on.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, no
can I get you all to stand in the circle and I'll get us all out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, gather up.
Before we go, I do just. Sorry, Drac. 1 sec. I do gather the pieces of Yogi that I can find, and I just kind of.
Rune will help Ben gather Yogi bits.
Like he just cradles them a little.
Drac comes over and gives you like an empty bag. Is like, here. This will make it easier. Make sure nothing's lost in the temporal rift.
Little bird body bag.
No,
it's like a small leather satchel.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like
It's a
it's not like a
fluffy
bin bag. It's not a bin
The
bag.
bird body bag.
While we're all
yeah,
gathered together, the mechanical
Get him a
spider
body
Gary's
bag.
shoulder pulses again, and everybody who wants them has 10 temporary hit points.
I'll take them.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Happy days.
When you are all gathered in the circle, Drac snaps his fingers. Doesn't even take out the sword this time. Just snaps his fingers, and you all see a sigil light up beneath your feet. And you all find yourself in the familiar surroundings of the this kind of study room, where you see Aramis is sitting there as well. But he's actually not alone. You also let me just bring him up so I can give you guys a description of what this other fellow looks like. So you see this guy with not quite tanned, but like slightly darker than Caucasian skin, with a long black ponytail, and wearing this kind of like sunburnt orange, lined with yellow gi, with like slight stubble, and has like a dragon tattoo on each as a sleeve on each arm, and like has a katana by his side, and looks at all of you and nods, especially looks towards you, Ayaka, and nods.
Just studies him for a second.
And after you land, Aramis is like, I couldn't get all of the wardens at such short notice. They are obviously preoccupied with the remaining rifts, as we previously explained. But Kabuto here said that he could join, and we could try and figure out what is going on. Kabuto nods, like, greetings. My name is Kabuto. I am one of the members of the Halcyon Wardens. I hail east of here, from those of you native to Shaldaera will know Tengoran. 3 others of you may not so much, but it is good to meet you all. I wish it had have been under better circumstances. Why don't you all take a seat and we can try and figure out what is going on here.
Yeah, well, kia ora. Nice to meet you. It's a real honor, to be honest. Absolutely. And Athanasios will flop down into a chair, with a noticeable of the furniture.
There's a lot of like kind of lounge. There's a couple of sofas and lounge chairs and plenty of space for you guys to.
And it's just
Yeah.
the noise that escapes the sofa.
Yeah, no, he, Ben just nods as well and sits down. He is not in the mood.
Mm-hmm.
Rune's just gonna nod and go pick a little corner spot on the couch and like curl up with her feet under her. Sort of play with her familiar like in her lap.
At this point, Drac pipes up to explain. It's like, so it appears, it is, Celestia's been compromised. as Ayaka told you, Aramis. She said it was just business. Now, I don't know whether that means that she's a merc, or if she means the business of whatever, of working with one of the exalted ones that we have narrowed it down to. For the rest of you that don't know this, we've ruled out a couple of things. Don't think it's the Harbinger. This isn't large enough scale for him. He tends to go straight into apocalypse level things, and there would be a lot more people dead if him and his followers were involved. It's obviously not the Deep One. This isn't the Deep One's MO, despite that this is taking place in a Deep One temple. What we can figure is that artifact was kept there for safekeeping. A lot of you won't, I would imagine most of you don't know this, but of all of the exalted ones, the Deep One and the Weaver of Fate aren't really as malevolently evil as the others tend to be known as. They're kind of just all-powerful beings that have knowledge that no one else should have access to. The Deep One and the Weaver of Fate actually sided with mortals during the last war with the Exalted Ones and helped seal them away. They didn't want the end of the world, essentially, and are happy in their respective planes and are happy to just let things go as they are meant to go and keep their knowledge hidden away. The others are a bit more... Some of them are very much intentionally trying to destroy the world and subjugate all of us. And others are just... It is in their nature to destroy things. The ones that it's kind of in their nature to destroy things, mainly the Plague Mother and the Devourer, we don't think it's them. The ones we've narrowed it down to, it's either the Dragon of the Empty or the Matron of Spiders, which would make sense given where we are.
Didn't somebody... I'm saying this out of character. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was something that we did encounter involving the Matron of Spiders.
So the circlet, one of the artifacts was
the
Circlet of Lies, which is the artifact of the Matron of Spiders.
The one that was on.
Right.
What was the second artifact? The one that she just immediately took. We never got to identify, examine, or anything like that, right?
It's the Blade of Infinite Stars, which is the artifact of the Dragon of the Empty.
Oh, interesting.
Now, I don't know how much about this world, but is it possible that these two entities can kind of, I don't know, team up? Try to bring about something?
It's more complicated than that, because right now they're locked away. Like, they are locked away, sealed away in impenetrable prisons that cannot be opened without control of a certain number of these artifacts. It is their followers that we have to worry about. It is their followers that are intent on bringing about very bad things.
And what type of cleric was Celeste?
Twilight.
What was her domain?
She was a
Twilight?
Oh, she was a Twilight.
Twilight?
Yeah, her name, her domain was Twilight, which fits the MO of both of these exalted ones.
Then I feel we should divide and conquer. Then we check out both the Temple of the Matron of Spiders and the Temple of the Dragon. What was the dragon? The full name of the dragon one?
The Dragon of the Empty.
Dragon of the Empty.
And Can I religion
Yeah, does
check them, or rather, can Nessa religion check them?
Yeah.
I'll
yeah,
help her
does
do it.
Rune know anyone involved with either of those?
No. Rune would not know anyone involved with either of
Okay.
those. Rune, like, it's like I was saying before, like
It's like
a lot,
pretty niche cult like.
these cults are very secular, and the majority of the cults of the Exalted Ones hate each other because each of the Exalted Ones has their own aims, and they're more often than not diametrically opposed to the other. Now, there isn't a temple of the Matron of Spiders, and there's not a temple of the Dragon of the Empty either, because the Deep One and the Weaver of Fate are the only Exalted Ones with temples left standing, because the others were razed to the ground, as in, like, you wouldn't even know a site of a temple of any of the others, because they were that completely destroyed and the earth salted that you wouldn't know one to look for.
I've just had Nessa roll a religion check to see if any of her any of the abilities, trappings or past conversations would lead to perhaps one of the two, if at all. And I got a 26 on that.
Nice.
26 on that. What you would know from that, some of the spells that Celestia used, had a certain aura about them, and now with this information, it's hard to tell. It's because these the abilities sometimes manifest in quite similar ways, especially for a Twilight Domain cleric. The reason that you wouldn't necessarily know for sure is for, despite that, like, Twilight Domain, like, directly going with Dragon of the Empty, Nessa's armor, almost, like, you thinking back on this now, it almost looked like there were webs on Nessa's armor, and this now makes sense.
Yeah, not Nessa Celeste.
Yeah, sorry, Celestia. There were
I was
like,
literally about to be like,
yeah.
Nessa, huh?
No,
Nessa,
sorry,
huh?
no, sorry, Celestia.
Okay, got it.
There was like,
You're about to get Maddie in trouble.
Double betrayed.
Literally.
Maddie comes back. Sorry, no character for you. Sorry, your character's dead.
No. So for Celestia, there was, her armor was this like deep, almost like midnight blue. So it was like, it's more difficult to see, but like Nessa thinking back on this now is like, hang on a second. There were webs on that armor. So it could be true for either or. But her powers her powers definitely manifest more as that of the Dragon of the Empty. But how she was dressed, and like her like absolute interest in the circlet, and like her professing such a knowledge to it, could lead a lot more towards the Matron of Spiders.
I mean, the web armor is kind of a sticky one, isn't it?
Hey.
Could be a fake out. Could be a red herring. Trying to.
I don't.
So if they don't have temples, how do you know they gather?
When they attack, they have been known to attack villages and towns across Shaldaera, and that's typically where they set up shop, and we have to drive them out and eradicate them.
Is there any common thread with the villages, or just like location-wise, or people involved?
Not as far as the towns and villages. The one city that the Exalted Ones kind of did a number on is a no-go zone in my own country, in Draker. That city, no one goes near it anymore because of the level of void magic that was used on that place. No, people can't go there, and it's uninhabitable now. But that city is very much associated with a harbinger. That's not, it wouldn't be somewhere where cultists of the Matron of Spiders or the Dragon of the Empty would tend to show their face. These cults tend to be underground. Is where they tend to live out of.
Like in a basement or something?
No, like
Sometimes.
subterranean level. Different buildings and
right.
stuff tend to have secret passages that these kind of like underground, almost criminal element networks. That there's you'll get occasional it's secret societies. They don't tend to want you to know where they are.
Right. But when you get people to join them, there is a method to finding them. That's how cults grow.
Out of character.
Mm-hmm.
When I got taken over by the crown, I was connected to the matron of spiders in some way, right? Or there was some sort of, I can't quite remember exactly what.
You heard what you can assume was the voice of the matron of spiders.
And interesting.
And then I think
because
I don't remember what spell I used on top of it.
You try to counter charm the charm with a charm.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a charm to uncharm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But my idea, out of character, is maybe like I'm just going full kind of galaxy brain, but because she wanted to take me to this guy Daedalus, sorry, and Daedalus was a creator of a maze, and webs and mazes are sometimes connected, and I'm just kind of like, maybe she wanted to take me to him to like that was how, because I've had this connection with their matron. Yeah.
I'll let you know above the table, Daedalus is not the root with the matron of spiders. He is potentially involved with other forces, but he is not Exalted One affiliated.
Okay. Though I do feel like
she was trying to say that to get on your good side. Given the information that's kind of being given to you. Now he may possess a good amount of knowledge in relation to certain things. And
he may still be a good resource.
I think
still
that's
be
a
a good
idea.
resource, but I don't want you going in with the angle that could this guy be a traitor, and then like for you to be let down on that. So like there's some I will leave up to a mystery, but like Daedalus is not it.
Okay.
But
gotcha.
At this
but
point,
what? Sorry, go on.
At this point, Aramis turns to you and is like, "Now, there may not be a temple of the matron of spiders, or a temple of the Dragon of the Empty, but we'd be remiss to not think that these pieces of this puzzle aren't connected with our new friend." And at this point, you see Tristannia step out of the shadows. It's like,
you talking there? Sorry.
And she turns to you all and says, "We may have an idea. Obviously, those of you who live here in Ithelea know that the Temple of Delphania, the Oracle Goddess, has been closed for probably as long as you three can remember. Would I be correct? And as long as you three have known, the Temple of the Oracle has been shut. But as you're all thinking on it now, that memory is also a little bit unsure, the same way that your memories became a little bit unsure about the Queen. And
Can I like make a wisdom check through it or something?
yeah, make a wisdom check.
Do these
My
memory
wisdom's-
haze things affect Rune the same way?
It's gonna be a nat 20.
Oh,
That's funny.
Ooh.
When at the along the same strength of memory of, do you remember how I described that it was like almost two diverging realities, memories of like
Mandela
two,
effect.
yeah, very much Mandela effect, as very much that the same thread that that Queen Thessala Hermine has always been Queen of Nixterina is the same thread that, the Temple of the Oracle has been closed for as long as I remember. Because that diverging memory is like, I remember the oracles. People would go to them when they were sick a lot. Like they were like the main healers for a good long time. And people would go to them with both physical and like mental ailments quite a lot.
Is the above the temple's in the city or like in city
The
limits?
the temples in the city. The temples of all the Nixterina gods are in the city.
Yeah. So it's where all the other ones were. Like that's quarter
Yeah,
of the.
and it's the one that's like cordoned off.
Got it.
You would have seen this as you were walking through. One where like there was like planks of wood like literally nailed onto it,
It's
etc.
like when I was flying by like last night, I would have probably seen it.
also kind of above the table. Is there a very understood feeling from the other gods about using oracles?
How do you mean?
Would my temple have a specific, like, do they like that people go to oracles, or do they believe an oracle to be a god, or do they believe it to be like bullshit?
So the oracles, the Temple of the Oracles. So the oracles are divine chosen of Delphania, who is their goddess. She is an accepted part of that pantheon.
Okay, it's not like a BS thing that's just part of a political regime.
No, so she's
Okay.
the goddess of sun, prophecy, and the truth. And that
Okay.
that thread that's telling you maybe Thessala Hermine wasn't always queen. When you think about Delphania and her domain, it makes sense that the oracles of Delphania going missing could be tied to a big truth being hidden.
Like she murked the opposition that could have stopped it, something like that.
So I'm gonna just say in characters, like, do you think that, I kind of remember, growing up and stuff, people at Windia, like, it wasn't always kind of a rake. Do you think maybe it's a front or something?
Could be some sort of base of operations now.
At this point,
Being temple?
Tristannia pipes up again and is like, look, I think either the oracles who I was a part of, when I was still among the royalty here in Ithelea, the Temple of the Oracles was very prominent. It's where I did all my training. And up until I was betrayed, it was very prominent. And temple was always open. I can only assume one of two things has happened. Either my siblings of the temple have all been wiped out, or they saw what was happening and went into hiding. I think the Temple of the Oracle is our best place to start. But we need a way in. Luckily, some of the temples do happen to be connected. And there happens to be an event that is happening tomorrow night at one of the temples. Rune, in all of the excitement over the past couple of days, you've completely forgotten that there is a celebration that is happening at the Temple of Agale tomorrow night.
Oh my god. Goddess? Oh my goddess?
There is
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. I don't know what to wear!
Oh,
Really?
boy.
Really? That's the important part here.
Ben, you don't understand.
No, I do.
No, you don't. But we
This-
can show you.
This is the like yearly festival celebration that the Temple of Agale puts on. It is the festival of senses. So there's lots of good food, like lots of good drink, smells, and lots of fun shenanigans that tend to happen in the temple. It's the temple's big rager, essentially. That happens once per year, and all the temples kind of compete to throw like different kind of events to make theirs the biggest and best of
Block
that
party?
year.
Rune gets a little fratty about this. She's very competitive.
Yeah. At this point, Aramis is like, yes, and because it is the first celebration that is happening post all the rifts appearing in Next Arena, it's being made a bit of a bigger deal out of. So a lot of people are going to be there. Everyone from all the temples, including the Temple of Ithelea, who are the ones we've been a little bit suspicious of.
Yeah, the secret police guys, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
How long has it been since Rune would have been at her temple? It would have been when she dropped off the books,
Couple
right?
days,
Because then
right?
we went to the library.
Yeah,
So it's been several days.
it's like 24, 48 hours.
Yeah, a couple days.
Yeah, a couple of days.
Oh my
tops.
god, all of this has been a couple days. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I think because I think each like session has been like almost a day. So it's
Yeah.
been like
Yeah.
just
Yeah, so a couple
under
days.
week. Yeah,
Okay.
just under a week.
Now, Aramis pipes up again and is like, now how we best handle this is to act as if nothing's wrong. So while, yes, we don't know who in the guild is, if anyone else in the guild is compromised or not, it is best that all of you go back to the guild and stay tonight. Just act like mission was complete, nothing is amiss. Tomorrow, we will all be attending the festivities, and
Do
we
we get to go shopping?
and from there you will all make your way down to there's a couple of secret corridors that I know of, that one that leads directly to the Temple of the Oracle. And when people are distracted and among the revelry, that is when you all will slip away. Both myself and Kabuto will be there at the party, mingling. Advise not to approach us. I will communicate with you all when necessary. But we must keep suspicions as low as possible. You understand? Yes?
Yeah.
Alright, well, I will bid you all good night. I do not mean to be a rude host, but you all need to get some sleep anyway. It has been quite the ordeal for you today, and I can only apologize. This is not how this was supposed to go down. Celestia was supposed to be the best cleric in the guild at present, but there we go. Get yourself some rest, and I will see you tomorrow evening. And he claps his hands, and you all find yourselves disappearing out of his study and find yourself in like the front area of Crackguard Guild again.
Rune beelines for the bar.
Yeah, Drak does as well.
Ben goes upstairs.
For a
Yeah, I
nice
think
long nap.
One sec.
No worries.
Might also go for a cheeky long rest.
Back in 1 sec.
Yeah, you all can long rest, by the way.
Okay. Did Aramis mention to like how to contact Kabuto before he bamfed us out of there?
No,
'Cause
he
he-
didn't mention it all.
Yeah, because wasn't he supposed to like connect me with him? Wasn't that the whole thing?
Yeah, that was the whole thing, and like one of the other reasons of like.
Yeah,
Kabuto,
okay.
you come along. You're not busy. There's like one of the long lost Ashiros is here.
Yeah.
So like after you have left, like Kabuto's probably looked at him and gone, weren't you supposed to like facilitate that conversation?
She's gonna pull out the sending stone and just like style Aramis again.
I'm sending him over to you now.
Okay, thank you.
Give him 30 seconds.
Cool.
And
I was about to open it with, aren't you forgetting something? But yeah, he figured it out. He figured it out.
And as you say that, as he says that, standing there in front of you, you see Kabuto. It's like, Miss Oshiro, I believe we have a couple of things to discuss.
Indeed.
Shall we?
Let's wherever he wants to go. Don't know the city. Wherever he presumably is a decent place to talk. I don't know.
So he actually like they're just going to a booth here in the guild.
Like the tavern place.
Yeah. You've landed in like the kind of tavern area.
The gathering point. Okay.
And while you two are going off and grabbing a drink and doing that, we'll come back to that in a bit. What does everyone else want to do? Gary, is there anything in particular you want to do before you turn in for the night?
Just checking in on Ben, making sure making sure Ben's settled for the night before he goes off to do his
Ben is has poured all of the bits of Yogi onto the desk in front of him, and mechanically speaking, he's casting mending on Yogi, but because Yogi is a homunculus, it would at least in my world, it would take a little bit more time. I'm not quite sure if there's
I'm gonna say how well you know Yogi at this point. And like how many times you probably had to put him back together. It's gonna take you an hour.
Yeah. It says in the thing, the homunculus regains 2d6 hit points. If you or the homunculus dies, it vanishes, leaving its heart in its space. So Yogi's heart essentially is a green gem, and he's just kind of rebuilding the shell around this green gem at the moment, and he's about like 3/4 of the way done.
Yeah, you've done it this many times at this point that it like doesn't take you long at all.
Yeah, yeah. But he's that's what you see when Gary comes in.
Can I help you with that?
Oh, hey, Doc. No. It's fine. He's almost done. It won't take me too long. It's not the first time I accidentally have exploded him.
I believe I know what that feels like.
Yeah. Today was a bit of a, excuse my language, Doc, but today was a bit of a shit show, I think.
I was afraid for a moment there I was going to lose you. And starts down that road and immediately drops the subject.
Doc, I got a pretty thick skull on me. I'm sure I would have been all right.
Well, you're not the only one with a thick skull, but can still be cracked open with enough force.
Yeah. I think I've just been fairly unintelligent with my plans in battle. I feel very out of my depth here, I think. I think I'm very much we're in too deep with things we don't really understand at this place.
Yes, you are not. You are not unintelligent. Don't let anyone ever tell you that. But we do need to be a little more cautious, perhaps.
Perhaps. And you were great out there, Doc. Like, you can tell you've probably done this once or twice.
I don't exactly feel like I was particularly great when you were swallowed. I was
I was swallowed?
well, that goo all over you you're asking about, yes.
Oh, that's what the tunnel was. It was a throat. Right, okay.
Yeah. I believe the other kind traditionally has a light at the end of it. I don't know.
I mean, I know gods are real and the afterlife is real, but I'm not. Everyone's kind of definition of what happens when you die is different. So,
Yes. But I've never heard anyone describe it as stomach-like. So yes.
I mean, I'm sure there's a deity somewhere where that's their thing. You just get swallowed. I'm sad that I said
Gary
that
kind
out loud.
of stares off into space for a moment, thinking about that name, the Dragon of the Empty, and can't quite bear to consider that one out loud.
Yeah. Are you okay, Doc? I didn't mean to scare you.
Just feeling a little guilty for bringing you into this, but I'm glad I'm glad you're here. We need to look after each other. You know.
I suppose. Yeah. And you didn't drag me into anything, Doc. I wanted to do my PhD, and I was a little too stupid to not check for danger first. Or I was too busy trying to be impressive and not think before I leap. And
yeah, I remember working on my my doctorate as well. It goes with the territory. If we were smarter and more cautious, we would not have gone into this in the first place.
definitely not. Smarter people would have gone into something like, I don't know, archaeology. I hear maybe that's safer.
You would think.
I've heard some stories about some of those old tombs, but yes,
I mean, or maybe just work in a museum that hires people dumb enough to be us.
I suppose. At any rate, we need to keep our eyes open, you know.
I suppose. Yeah. Thanks, Doc. I appreciate you coming in to check on me. You're good at your job.
Gary's gonna reach, well, at his height, up and give Ben's hand a squeeze and
Aw.
Aw.
toodles off to
I
to
love
his
them,
room
Your
to.
Honor. I love them.
So
you go.
good.
That's my senpai.
That's so cute.
Senpai. Yeah. He kind of like squeezes your hand back and like gives like he actually he's gonna go for it. He kneels down and he gives you a hug.
I actually when we have that moment before you kneel down, he pulls out his little round electric broom of flying and levitates up, so proper hug.
No. Yeah,
Oh,
I
there
hug.
you go.
It's like
I love them.
So good.
Incredible.
That's my favorite
Thank
white boy. That's my senpai.
Oh. amazing.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Giri.
You're
He
welcome, Mr.
awkwardly.
You're welcome, Ben. For the record, that's the first time he has ever called you Ben.
He knows. I felt it.
Felt it in the soul.
Yeah, he holds the hug for 1 second longer and releases you and is like, I better fix Yogi. And he's kind of embarrassed now. He's like, ugh, I feel like you're my dad now, but you're not my dad, and I don't understand what's happening with my feelings.
Oh God, emotions. Oh my God.
Certainly not, Mr. Monkey. Don't
Oh,
miss
no,
that screw right there. And he toddles off to bed.
As
Oh my
you
god, I said that out loud.
as you
It'd
both
be
have
like
your
that.
heartfelt moment and say goodnight. Athanasius, what are you doing? Are you sticking around the guild for a bit, or are you jogging back home to bed?
I think Athanasios will have a look around, check everyone's okay, see what's going on, kind of maintain the illusion that everything is absolutely fine and nothing is going wrong, and no, the mission was a complete success, and no, Celeste is just somewhere else. And then jog up.
Oh, this is a above the board question. I may have missed this, and I might just be dumb, but did like what payment method has ever been discussed? Specifically, like, do we get paid at the end of all four, or do we get paid per each one? Just so I know if I can go buy materials for things or not. That's my question.
It wasn't discussed, but before you'd all headed upstairs, Drak gave you all 500 gold each.
Ew. I'll take it.
That you can tell there was probably a bit extra there for I'm so fucking
Sure,
sorry.
sure.
Sorry, all of this went. Oh, I shouldn't say that on stream. Sorry, this went wrong.
500. Cool. Dope.
Dope,
Cool.
dope, 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 dope.
So Athanasius, you are doing your rounds and then heading back home to bed. Are you having Nessa do anything?
I don't know. She usually finds a cupboard to stand in the guild until morning, right? That's kind of...
Yeah, no, she just powers down.
Just in the cupboard.
There's a crypt in the basement.
Oh my
I
god.
don't know. There's a nice
She
coffin
hangs
for her to
hangs
go
out
sleep
with
in.
all the coffins.
You'll walk down to the basement and you'll like look up at the ceiling and see some bats hanging down from the ceiling, but also Nessa there as well.
Just jealous.
Her alarm is that her alarm is like set, and it's just dun 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 dun. dun.
Yeah.
Like pops out.
Incredible.
that.
Anyways.
At this point,
Let me actually check what paladin spell she has, because maybe there's some bullshit I can do. Yeah, I'm gonna have her make, since she doesn't really need to sleep, 1, 2, 5, 6 vials of holy water.
Okay, I will say with Nessa, her holy water's a little bit different. It does necrotic damage instead of radiant.
That's fine. It's just she has 6 spell slots and doesn't need to sleep, so
Yeah.
there we go. Just 6 vials of holy water. Or unholy water, I guess.
Yeah.
Unholy water.
Monster energy. I don't know.
Well,
It
no,
looks-
it is technically holy water, but it is
It's
just
like-
holy water of a very different kind.
It looks like glitter glue, like black and speckled.
It's like mica powder and shit.
Exactly.
Literally.
Exactly.
At this point, Rune, you're sitting up at the bar, and Drac is sitting up beside you and has bought you both drinks at this point. I was like, "You okay?"
Are there a lot of people around?
Not where you two are sitting.
Yeah, me and Cobbit on the other side.
There's
Okay.
like the bar's actually like quite empty tonight. You can see like
Is Billy there?
Billy is there, yes.
Billy's always there.
Well, just making sure, because Rune has a bad habit of reaching over the bar to get what she wants when Billy's busy. And so I'm just kind of wondering if there's like a bottle of wine within arm's reach.
Make a perception check for me.
I have to perceive if my eyes work?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to see if you can
So
spot a
that's-
wine
that's-
bottle.
I have to
think
see
that's
a
what-
wine bottle, I guess. Perception. Oh no, the shit's on. Okay, give me like 6 seconds.
Oh, no hardware acceleration.
Yeah.
Oh no.
10 years later.
No, literally, it's 17.
17. That'll do it. You see a
What's
bottle
the DC on seeing wine?
It was going to be an 8. But you see like a bottle of like kind of like summer floral fruity wine that you can just pull up and leave some gold there for
Yeah.
Billy.
Yeah, GB's just gonna GB.
GB?
Rune is
Oh,
GB's here.
Wrong campaign.
Sorry. Rune is gonna, and somehow no one understands it, but she's gonna open the wine bottle with her hands. She does not need it, like even if
Giga
it's corked,
Chad.
she will do it. She will do it with her hands, and she will be drinking from the bottle.
Okay.
Amazing. It do be one of those nights.
It do be.
Yeah, for sure.
It do be like, and she's gonna sort of gigantic swig, sort of stare into like middle space and turn towards Drac and goes, "Not according to plan."
Yeah. You can say that.
I have planned nothing for tomorrow night, the biggest event of the year, and I've planned nothing. I haven't been around. No one's told me what's going on. I have no idea if I have responsibilities for setting anything up, and now I have to go find some bitch. I want a party.
You know that you actually don't have responsibilities this year because you've been like on research this year. So because you've been doing a lot of like any of the stuff that you had responsibility for is done. So like a lot of it was like organizing like this is what we need to bring in well before the event, like a week before the event starts. So you don't actually have like responsibilities to like work the party. You can actually just enjoy yourself.
So I get to be the vibe.
You
I
get
have no
to be the
plans.
vibe.
No plans. Don't know what I'm wearing. Takes another gigantic drink. Don't know who else is gonna be there anymore. I am beside myself.
I've never been to one of these events. Like, what's the kind of...
Oh, it's a mess.
As in a good mess, or a good mess. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'll show you the good mess parts of it. How about that?
I'll need you to keep me right because I have no idea what I'm doing.
I can do that. I need to take everyone shopping tomorrow, though. Especially the outsiders. They're not gonna have anything proper to wear for this.
I'll probably have. I've got a couple of things that I've brought with me. If Ben needs a spare outfit, I can.
Yeah, I don't really know how to broach the conversation of what are the odds that when you ran through an extraterrestrial rift that you also brought some formal wear with you, like.
Yeah, don't worry. I've got spare
Extraterrestrial, extraplanar rift.
Something like that. It was the same plane, but. Well, I think originally the same plane, and then it went extra planar, and then came back, luckily, but that's besides the point.
Rune is drinking as Drac is trying to explain how these rifts work.
Tristannia will need something to wear as well, because she literally has, like, 2 outfits. Will you give her a hand?
She'll look in my closet, it'll be fine, something will fit her.
Perfect.
I don't have anything long enough for Ayaka, though.
That's okay. She can grab something while she's.
We can go shopping.
Yeah, you can go shopping for a bit tomorrow. I'll.
Yeah, somewhere in the distance, Ayaka's eye is twitching.
A shopping episode with Rune? Come on, hello?
Brandon's having a great time. Ayaka's not one for shopping.
Ayaka says, "Get me the fuck out of here."
Yeah, let me leave.
But, yeah, this is kind of a mess.
I'm coming with you guys this time, by the way. For whatever is going on and we find in the Temple of the Oracle, I, have kind of been letting you guys deal with this on your own. And not that I don't think you're capable, but by the signs of it, you kind of almost got ripped to shreds a little bit, and I feel you used an extra hand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got eaten, and that was not my favorite. Like, not it. And, it was nice to be in a place that was, like, kind of familiar. But it was...
What was that like going back to one of those temples? Because obviously, I assume the last time you've been to one of those was when you were running the fuck away.
Rune's gonna take a really long drink and sort of put it down on the bar and go, think of it this way. For the deep one, anyway. It's kind of like you have to work with this crazy scale. And you have to find where you fit into the crazy scale. But you can't let other people feel like you're crazier than them, but you also can't be as crazy, you know what I mean? So, you have to believe in it as exactly the same amount as everyone around you. No more, no less. Or, you're weird, you know what I mean? And I didn't mind the crazy. I didn't draw the line at the crazy. But then, a lot of murder started. And then there was something with this book. And then people were disappearing. And then there were, children abducted. And, it was a whole thing. And it got very undeep one-like pretty quick.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of the Exalted One cults, is they tend to misinterpret what the teachings are.
Yeah.
Because
the
Deep One and the Weaver of Fate, they're not inherently evil. Just a lot of their followers are fucking insane.
But if you only read the evil parts and you only worship the evil parts, it gets a little
Yeah, gets a little messy.
It gets a little let's annihilate the world. And I was like, I was really bought into it for a while. I thought it was great. I thought we were doing the right thing for the right reasons. And then...
You know what they say, the road to Nessus is paved with good intentions.
Yeah. It's just, I don't really talk about that anymore. And it wasn't all bad. But most of it was.
Most evil things are never usually all bad. That's how they rope people into it in the first place.
And isn't that the thing, though? So, with, what is it, the spider, whatever, and whatever, the dragon, what...
Matron of Spiders and Dragon of the Empty.
Yeah. There have to be people who were like me. Innit?
There probably still are.
So it has to be findable, is what I'm after. It has to be findable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no people.
Yeah.
Can't have a cult without people.
But the effort it takes to find it, we're better at beating them to the punch. Because this the thing that in the chaos of earlier that Aramis kind of forgot to explain is one of the temples we don't, where one of the artifacts is we don't know the exact location of, but we have a hunch it's down here. We have a hunch that it's that the Temple of the Oracle will show answers to where it could be.
Also about that, since when have there been tunnels from my temple elsewhere? I have been through every corridor there is.
Every corridor that you can see.
Well, that's not very fun. Spent so much time exploring down there. You'd think I would have found it by now.
Every day's a school day.
I hope not.
It's figure of speech. I mean, it's learn something new every day. It's the thing we say.
Who's we?
Well, that's what we say. It's one of the sayings we have back home. Every day's a school day. Wind your neck in.
Sounds
up a
weird.
tree in Balyaric. We
sounds weird.
Yeah, probably, but that's
So like, maybe this isn't the greatest time to ask, but what's the deal with your dad?
as in the fact that he's missing and no one's heard from him.
Yeah.
I have a hunch, but I just hope I'm wrong.
Does Rune gather anything from Drax's demeanor about what his hunch might be?
You could ask him.
I rely on the senses, Eli. Let me perceive.
Okay, you perceive that it's not fucking good.
Right, 3 years in the school of senses for what? The fucking obvious.
Okay, you see him like physically tense at the mention.
Okay,
of
I mean,
his,
okay. How close are they sitting?
They're like side by side.
Rune's gonna... She's probably down to like the last like third of her bottle throughout this conversation. Like she's kind of been throwing it back.
Yeah.
And she's gonna sort of like go like this on Drax's shoulder, like on his back. Like, yeah, that's not great, is it?
You with your what you can't tell with your like senses.
What do I see with my elf eyes?
What do you see with your elf eyes, Legolas? at the touch of the shoulder, like you feel like the tension kind of like disappear out of his body a little, but you also like sense his heartbeat quicken a bit. This is someone who's like not had like physical contact in a while, but by the looks of it, and like he like in a friendly like has not like had so much of a hug in quite a while, and like the like physical contact is like, oh god, it's actual physical human contact. What is this?
Vern's gonna ask if he needs anything right now. Beyond what's on the bar top.
I was gonna say whiskey, but
Vern's gonna peer over the bar and see if there's a bottle of whiskey.
there is a bottle of Old Flaw.
Great.
Whiskey.
Rune is going to reach for it and refill Drax's glass and put it back behind the bar.
Appreciate it.
Dealt with.
Anything
Anything else?
I'm a little out of my depth here. Like this is supposed to be Dad's job. This is what he does, and I'm afraid I'm gonna fuck it all up. I was the one that gave you guys the option of Ariana and Celestia, and I know I said earlier when it was in front of everyone that like assigning blame is not going to be productive right now, but that was in front of a group of people. When it's just me and you, I'm like, yeah, I fucked this. I didn't see it and I put you guys in danger. And Dad wouldn't have done that.
Well, like you said, blaming anyone other than the person at fault does no one any good.
Yeah.
I think you might be a little hard on yourself right now. How were you supposed to know she was going to betray all of us? How were you supposed to know that all of this was going to get messed up? There's no way you or your father would have known.
I should have come with you.
Because if your dad had known, he would have just told us. If you had known, you would have just said so. That's the thing. Like that. You had no way of stopping this.
So that's what this feels like, being on the other side of that conversation. Yeah. You're right. It's just I feel like I'm floundering a bit, and I just wish Dad was here and I could ask him what I'm supposed to do, because I feel I'm just making it up as I go along and doing what I think he would do, but you know, you always doubt yourself when you've got when your father is quite literally the best adventurer around. It's big to measure up to, and even though he doesn't put the pressure on myself, I do, because I know I need to step up to the plate. Like I'm not stupid. Dad's job is dangerous. There is going to come a time where I'm going to need to take over, and that's terrifying, because then when he's not around, I'm like, okay, I've got no one to ask. I've got to just do this all myself, and that's kind of terrifying. And this feels like a taste of that. And I'm also worried that something's happened to him. I know he's probably fine and it's just somewhere where he can't reach out or whatever, but going this long without contact, it does have me worried.
I can't relate even a little, but I can imagine it's difficult to have someone you look up to but also have to measure up to.
Yeah.
I don't have anyone like that. So I can only imagine that
Sorry,
losing that would feel hard.
I don't mean to like open any wounds or anything with being like, oh, my father's like the best person in the world, and I'm so lucky I've got such a great family.
It's fine. I got over that when I was a kid. It just is, you know?
Yeah, I get you. It's
Rune's gonna sort of. I'm imagining Drax's hands are like kind of like leaned over, like on the bar, like holding his glass.
yeah, he's got.
And Rune's gonna sort
glass
of
in my hand.
like reach over and like put her hand on like I guess what would like his forearm
Yeah.
or something like that, and sort of like affectionately like rub his arm and say, "You'll figure it out exactly when you're supposed to. No sooner. It won't be late. It will be exactly when you need it. With or without him around."
I appreciate it. I'll do my best, and I'll be here to help you guys out with whatever I can. Not letting you all go into another death trap by yourself.
That would be nice.
Also, Tristannia is going to come with us, and she's a lot more capable than I realized.
Why'd you think she wasn't capable?
Look, she was like a princess. I didn't.
Right.
I didn't.
You think princesses aren't capable?
Usually, royal lines don't tend to train super well in magic. It's the whole reason that my family exists is because the royal family and Unbreakable are not very. They're really good at political stuff, but
Nice save. Nice save.
But what we're good at is magic and combat, and this is why the royal family employ people around them to do that. I've never
Okay, fine. It's not a girl thing. Got it. Fine.
Why would you think it's a girl thing?
You said because she's a princess. Princesses are strong, you know.
I meant royal. I meant like
Mm-hmm.
if she was a
Okay.
guy, I would have said the same.
Yeah, no, okay, it's fine.
Right. What I mean
Rune's
is
gonna
she's
finish
a
her bottle
really
of wine
strong
and
cleric.
get up as they're still talking.
Look, she's an amazing cleric.
Not another cleric.
No, she's Delphania, the oracle goddess. Like that's. She's probably the only. She is the only oracle right here left in next arena that we know of. That's kind of huge.
That we know of.
That's a huge card for us to play.
Well, that's tomorrow's problem.
Yeah.
And Rune's gonna finish her bottle of wine and sort of a little not as sober as she really planned, slam it back on the bar top. And go, well, I have a lot of shopping to do. I have to figure out my entire outfit. I have to figure out how we're not gonna die. And she's gonna give Drac like an up down and go, you need to find an outfit. too."
I've got an outfit.
Yeah,
Trust me.
that. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Good night. And
Smooth.
thanks.
Smooth exit.
You're
She's gonna give another one of those like little back rubs as she walks away and says, "Get some sleep."
you too.
And turns around.
At this point, as you're going to bed, Ayaka, you are sitting at a table with Capito.
You just Rune slam her wine bottle and head out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out.
I'ma go.
Yeah, I like to imagine when that happened because I think I got in the same room, right? She's kind of like
Oh, it
leans
was loud
over.
enough to be
yeah,
heard.
yeah, leans over like, oh boy, and then like goes back to her conversation.
I don't think ASMRs can get drunk or hungover, so I think we're all right.
Smooth as butter.
Well, no, we established that you were very drunk the last time.
Okay, hungover then.
There
I'm
we
gonna say hangovers don't exist in 5e.
go.
Send tweet.
There we go. It's canon now. We're doing it. Watsy, get on it.
Sorcerers of the Shoreline, I'm begging, no hangovers.
Right. So as this is going on, Ayaka, you are sitting with Capito, with a couple of glasses of Tinguran whiskey.
Yeah. I think yeah, at some point she just like tries to tune out the other conversation, like just because there's not that many people in here, so she can like hear all of it.
Well, to be fair, like they're Drak and Rune were
Or
kind
like
of
super far away.
Yeah, they were like right up at the bar. You're in a booth
Okay.
at like the far side of the room.
Got it.
But
Got it.
you could see them, but like they're definitely out of earshot.
Got it. Okay.
And Capito turns, she's like, so I suppose I would not be incorrect in assuming you have some questions, Mr. Shiro.
You assume correctly.
Ask away.
Well, what has come of my family since we were trapped outside? That's one of the first ones I have.
Portion of your fam.
Sorry. I presume we were doing well. The nation still exists.
Tangoran is doing what Tangoran does best, and surviving and keeping the status quo. Preserving what needs to be preserved. Not sure how much you know about the on and off war here, but Tangoran doesn't get involved. We are neutral. We tend to do a bit more trade with the Haldorak Accord than the Venador Imperium, for a couple of reasons. Geographical being one, but also the Imperium are arseholes, and neither me nor anyone in Tingoran who has sense agrees with much of what they do. Now, there are political struggles. You'll never find everything to be rosy anywhere. But we keep going for as much as we can. Your family are continuing to do what they've always done best and keep magical seals in place. Your cousins or however closely related you are to the Oshiros that do currently reside in Tingoran, shut the rifts that very much were plaguing us recently, in an event that I believe, from the information that is being passed to us here in Shaldaera, they're calling the event the World Squall. And we may have some more information on it.
Yeah, and at this point too, just to step back for a second, Ayaka will kind of give her two pieces on her like side of the story from the other side of the divide. Brandon doesn't know it because that wasn't but I presume Ayaka, as somebody who is in these circles, would know a bit more on academically, at least, on what happened.
Ayaka currently doesn't know because
she doesn't. Okay.
Because you literally stepped into the rift as
that's what. Okay.
Yeah. So none of the wider Oltanian crew, or none of the White Fawn crew, know what the fuck happened at all. You don't even know that there's been this World Squall event.
Got it. Understood. Okay. Gotcha.
You just know what you've been told here in Shaldaera, that these rifts have been opening right across.
Oh, right, because we missed like 3 days of time in that rift.
Yeah, you did. So
got it.
Ayaka don't know shit.
No shit. Alrighty. Sounds good.
But yes, we are calling. Those here and in Whitefawn and wider Eltanian have been calling this event the World's Wall. This has happened right across the entire world, and various places have been affected greater than others. But Tengoran, we managed to dispatch the problem fairly quickly, thanks in no small part to your clan, who are the best in the business in magical seals. They, during what you would know as the abolishment of knowledge, they played a large part in making sure that the rest of the world didn't get wiped off the face of the map, and that Shaldaera was kept protected as well. They were a big part in the magical force field that protected Shaldaera from being found, funnily enough. This obviously was a good couple of decades after your contingent of family had left for the wider shores, and had sailed for Whitefawn. But your clan are still prominent, which is probably why I'd imagine you've been getting a couple of looks of recognition.
Yes.
You're still very much wear the traditional clothes and colours of the Ashira clan.
Yeah, she kind of looks down. Yeah, this entire conversation, she has gotten less tense. Still has very complicated feelings about the whole thing, but definitely I mean, she does puff up when he was like, oh, your family's doing good and has been instrumental in history essentially. And I mean, she's proud of that, but still definitely conflicted in her personal, decisions.
Once this is all over, I would happily take you to Tengoran and show you around and reintroduce you to your long lost family, if that is something that would interest you.
Yes, I think that would be a good next step for me.
You deserve to be home amongst your people. Apologies if I'm overstepping bounds, but I can't imagine you felt that. I'd imagine you felt that there's something missing in Whitefawn.
Yes, and well, my father and my mother they do their best, but they are integrated in Whitefawn now, and well,
You never felt like you belonged.
no, don't get me wrong. My companions are good people, and I think they're very capable in their own rights. But that doesn't mean that I've always felt complete.
That's understandable. Well, once this whole ordeal is over, I think it's high time that you came home. Ayako Shiro.
Yes, very much so.
Any other burning questions?
Well, given our current situation, I presume our homeland is focused on protecting its borders. Would I be able to gain any? Well, it's hard to find Omni Yoshi supplies in Nixterina.
What specifically are you looking for? I have there are a couple of people here in the city who keep things stocked for any Nyoji wizards that pass through.
Trying to, get as ready and equip my compatriots and new allies as best as I can. One Omniyoji does not make an army, as much as my elementals assist me in that endeavor. So any sort of disposable tools that Omniyoji has, any additional spell materials, anything like that, would be immensely helpful. I make do on my own, but I would much rather not have a fatality on our hands.
Well, there's one place should be able to help out. And he writes the address for this place on a piece of paper and passes it to you. It's like, head there. They'll be able to get you whatever you need. With whatever supplies they have. Not a huge amount in this part of the world, but they keep some in stock.
I'll take what I can get. She kind of like takes the paper and like puts it away.
Now I believe you definitely need a good night's rest, as do I.
Yes.
I hate these big events. I'm not. I can be social when I need to be, but sometimes it does weigh on me a little bit. Much rather,
yes, indeed.
Much rather a little private company and conversations over a cup of tea and good whiskey over anything else. But needs must. And with that, I will bid you good night. Ayako,
good night.
And
Kabuto.
I look forward to welcoming you home.
Thank you.
He gets up, nods, and like bows slightly, and then walks out.
Yeah, she kind of sits there, kind of holding the address in her hand and kind of thinking, and then like is so deep in thought when Rune slams down her, just like jolts for a second. She's like, oh, right, okay, yeah, is so absorbed in her thoughts. Okay, and then she'll make her way back to her room. Based on Ayaka's knowledge of how her spellcrafting and talisman and Ofudos work, are her talismans able to be because I know she can give them out and all that, that's and trigger her own, on her own later on, but is she able to kind of weave it into other things?
Do you mean weave it into other objects?
Yeah, like here's like, for example, instead of having her trigger it, like give it to somebody else, like use her own spell slot and everything, like to make the item, but to weave it into, say, like an arrow and like hand it to somebody else, like here's a enchanted arrow.
Could weave it into spell scrolls, but
Okay.
when it comes to weapon enchantments is a very different type of magic.
Sure.
So that wouldn't work. But if it was a spell scroll, and you give someone a spell scroll and them to cast it, they could do that.
Yeah, like because a lot of things that are concentration based is like, can she give her own energy to make the scroll and then hand it off, like, hey, you concentrate on it, you cast it yourself. Have fun.
She could do that.
Okay, can she go back to her room and do that? Because and then she'll go really quickly, because I don't want to take everybody's time up. Visit her compatriots really quickly, and then go to bed.
Okay, that's no problem.
Yeah.
At all.
Okay, cool. So with that, because I already have some previously ready, so do I need to roll anything for making translating them?
No, just what I'll say, just your whatever spell slots you have available, and like you can essentially make spells that you have available. I won't need you to roll for that.
Okay, so she has some that she wants to do, but she'll do that in the morning. Okay, sounds good. She'll go back to her room and freaking work throughout the night, pretty much.
Sweet. I will say that you will still get enough time to get a proper long rest.
Thank you.
If you haven't already, all take a long rest. Rest yourselves up. And then for the sake of brevity, you all get a good night's rest. Wake up bright and breezy in the morning, and all find yourselves meeting downstairs in the kind of tavern area. again, you're all getting into some breakfast. Tristannia and Surveillance actually has joined you as well, which you have no idea where he had gone.
Yeah, where did the bitch go?
The previous day, but you all find yourselves sitting at the table while before making your way out to get whatever you need.
Are we good to? I don't know if I can request this, but just to take a break and prep a little bit. Is that something we can do?
Yeah. In
I don't know
relation,
when we usually do. So
do you mean before, prep for like the event tonight thing?
and also like at OOC, because I know we usually take a break.
Yeah, no, we're
like
go-
a
we're,
stream break. Yeah.
we're gonna take a break in about 10 minutes. Just while we once just before you go ahead to the event itself. So you're gonna go and get what you need first now, and then we'll take a quick break before
Sounds
going
good.
back into it. Okay. So as you're all sitting down, Drac looks to all of you and is like, "So, who needs outfits for this event tonight? It is a kind of formal do. I imagine, Ben and Gary, I imagine you did not happen to pack suits before jumping through an interplanar rift."
No, but I want to ask, why do you assume that Ayaka has formal attire?
She looks quite glamorous.
Do
as a
you
minute.
have formal attire?
She's a very classy lady.
I'm not saying
She
she's
also,
not.
raised her hand, so.
I have traditional wear. I don't know if that's changed since.
I wouldn't wear
It's
tonight.
if you have like some of your other like more formal traditional.
Yeah, she has like
activities.
ceremonial like kimonos and things like that.
Yeah,
but,
so like that stuff would still be like
but she's like, I don't know if
appropriate
that's the fashion
for
anymore.
this kind of thing. Yeah.
So I suppose the question for Gary is, tie vest, jacket. He's been comparatively dressed up the whole time, but somehow I suspect that's not quite white tie enough.
Doc, you look great all the time. Like, you always spruce up for the lecture, but I think what they mean is something more black tie.
It doesn't hurt to go shopping, right?
Yeah, and you guys may want to blend in a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, and this is another reason I didn't mention Ayaka. Ayaka's clothing blends in here. She's not the one that sticks out like a sore thumb. You two, with all due respect, do not dress like you're from Shaldaera.
I'm not, and I know my armor looks great.
Your armor looks phenomenal, Ben. But
it looks great,
but maybe for tonight we try something else.
It stands out a little bit.
All right, I haven't been to a fancy do in a long time. I suppose I can.
Rune's getting visibly excited to take them shopping and
Yeah.
grabs Ben's hand and goes, "You trust me, right? We'll pick something out. It'll be great."
Okay.
Yeah, I think also at this point, Ayaka like will meet Ben, like Ben eye contact, and you just see in her eyes like, "Good luck, buddy." Like in her eyes.
Yeah, Ayaka's like, "No, I'm good. I have formal wear. I'm
good.
Rune.
I'm
I'm good. I'm good."
At this point, Drac pipes up, was like, "Now, anyone who needs to get magical supplies, you can come with me. That is the pure.
I can swing by that too, Ben, if you need that. We'll just go to the clothing stores first.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
those of you that need fancy outfits are getting those. I'll take people who need magical reinforcement, potions, yada yada.
I was just kind of thinking I'd wear my kind of armor. It is ceremonial, and it is, much appreciated. I'd be a representative of my ecclesiastry, so I should be wearing something that symbolizes Valero. So I will be wearing my armor.
I
Well,
would like to know why I
But-
can't wear my armor,
Because-
because my armor is a part of my self-expression.
yes, but you're not trying to self-express
Have you
here.
seen
You're-
how chiseled the abs look on it?
Ben,
Look
you're,
at the chiseled abs.
Ben, you're trying to blend in here. You're not trying to stand out. You need to look like you're supposed to be at this function. Athanasios can get away with it because Athanasios is
Athanasius.
is the champion
Seems like it, man.
of Valara. But I'm still gonna Athanasius. You're still gonna need to put on like a fancy cloak and like.
Oh
some of
yeah. I've got my best cloak, and it's got my best cloak. my polished armor. I've got
you.
Maybe
Must be a set.
the formal wear we can find for tonight. Maybe it can be armor. Maybe we can find some new armor that you like that fits the event.
Okay,
No.
this will be my stipulation if we are going shopping. I don't listen. It's not that I don't like shopping. I do like shopping. Okay, but I just feel like I'm going into a dangerous situation, and I want to have my armor.
Ben, you can still wear your armor under this. You can.
That's what I'm saying. I want the armor
Yeah.
to look good underneath whatever I'm wearing. So this shit has to be tailored. We gotta do it nice.
Do you think Rune, of all people, is not going to take you to like the best tailor around? Have you seen how she dresses?
I don't know anything
Well.
about anything in this place.
Rune, offended, still holding on to Ben's hand. Grip gets tighter.
Uh-oh.
Turns
Cast
around.
inflict wounds.
Literally cast
Wait,
inflict
no,
wounds.
no,
This is
I'm not.
and says, Gary, you coming too? You gonna come too?
Apparently.
Doc, you have
God,
Doc,
perfect.
you have to come with me. Doc, you have
And
to
out
come
the
with
door.
me.
As they're walking, Ayaka calls. Did you two need me to get any magical? Oh, okay. Oh, goodbye.
We'll
stop.
stock up on extra potions
No,
for them.
wait.
Don't worry
Yeah.
about it, Ayaka.
Don't go.
Right.
No way, it's so important.
Yeah, she does say it in like a very like a oh good, but like she like puts no effort into it. She's like oh,
No
go,
projection.
no, nothing. Just like oh, and then they're gone. Okay.
Okay, bye.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, now as everyone is heading out to get their things, we're going to take a quick break. While we're taking a quick break, all of you are going to figure out what it is exactly you want to get so that we can say this is what we are getting when we come back and we can head straight into the party.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
We'll do.
Okay,
That's good.
sweet. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys.
Woo.
And we are back. So essentially, Ayaka, Drak, Tristania, and I assume Athanasios and Nessa as well, are just heading supply shopping, grabbing potions where need be. I'm gonna say everyone gets from like Drak is gonna get everyone like 3 common healing potions and 2 greaters. If you want to get like anything that's superior or supreme, you pay for it out of your own pocket. But add those amount of potions to your inventory. And then while they're off doing supplies, what kind of outfits have Ben and Gary got?
I think Ben is very he doesn't get like a coat, he gets an embroidered waistcoat that is purple and gold, and white shirt and a purple tie to match, and just simple like simple but elegant trousers and black shoes, but they've been tailored in such a way that his armor just looks like his natural body, rather than oh, you're wearing something underneath those nice clothes.
Yeah. So you just look henched right now, Ben. You just
I look hot.
You just look hench as fuck right now.
Oh yeah, I am jacked as hell.
That is essentially what you look like.
See
I
Ben
look like
walk
an
out of the
MM
dressing room, and she's just like.
I look like one of those
that's the
MMA
one.
wrestlers when they go to like a black tie event.
Oh yeah, they're just too jacked for their own suit.
Just
Yeah.
like, oh.
I'm gonna say you're all back at Krakengard right now and like actually getting ready and coming out in your outfits for sake of brevity. So that is what Ben comes out in. Gary, what do you come out in?
Long frock coat, cravat, lovely top hat,
Oh my
the whole
God.
whole 9 yards, you know.
Steve, I love that you changed. That is absolute perfection.
Sadly, the top hat doesn't work with the headphones, but you do a bit, you know.
Oh, the gloves!
Yeah, I noticed the gloves.
It's amazing.
Very nice.
10 out of fucking 10. I love it.
No notes.
Fucking
No notes.
dang.
No notes.
I think Ben says that's just like, dang, Doc, you're looking good.
Excellent. Absolutely.
And he pauses a second
excellent.
and grabs a walking stick just to finish the look.
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely.
Oh, Doc.
Wonderful. Ayaka, what do you come out wearing?
Yeah, so she has been very busy the entire day. Actually, do you mind if you come back to me real second? I have a reference that I want to pull up.
Yeah, that is fine. Rune, what do you come out wearing?
I did pick the picture. Hold on. I'll put it in Explorer's Log. So she picked up this dress while we were out. All of the actual parts of the skirt are gigantic rose petals. And every time she moves, the scent of rose goes with her.
Okay.
So she's in like a full, she's in a full gown.
So she's in like a full frock right now, yeah?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's stunning.
That's
so
very
cute.
nice. I'm not a dress person, but damn. That deserves a damn.
You like it?
Dude.
Wait. Rune's gonna do like a little twirl and be like, what do you smell? What do you smell? What do you smell?
Flowers? Flowers.
But a drag pipes in with roses. It's lunar roses, specifically. That's a really
And she like
nice
twirls
touch.
around and she will do the most perfect thing and shove her hands into the side of the dress and goes,
And it's got pockets.
See, I
They're
don't
pocket. They are pockets of holding.
see that's that's
I'll allow it.
impressive.
I'll allow it.
I would like to
Because she has no
underst-
place for her bag of holding, and I need her to have her armor and her materials on her. So they're pockets of holding.
I'll allow it. Pockets of holding. Fucking go for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I need to understand how that works. So I'm going to be taking the dress later.
Ben.
Not. He just goes bright red. What?
Rune
No.
winks at Ben.
What? No. No.
And like goes like walks off to do something. Like maybe to like go get like a glass of wine or something before they leave. Just a glass this time.
Drac walks up to get a drink with her and is like, "Look lovely. That really suits you."
Thank you. What is Drac wearing?
Speaking
what
of
do we
which,
see Drac in?
You see Drac in this very fine, like, red silk tunic that's like very like nicely fitted and like lined with gold, and you can see these like emerald gems adorning it, and you can see the golden emerald necklace that he usually wears. It's a little bit more hidden usually. It is now like very much out. And you can see him wearing like a gold circlet with those emerald gems in it as well. He looks, when he said, "Don't worry, I've got something to wear," he absolutely had something to wear. And it is very much dressed for the occasion. It's very nicely fitted to his form. And you can see like a pair of like dangly earrings is probably the wrong phrase, but they're like in the shapes of like little phoenixes.
Like little like drops, not like studs, but like they drop a little bit.
They drop a little, and they're like little phoenix wings. Is what each of them is.
When Drac compliments her, she's gonna sort of like nudge her shoulder into him and be like, "It's just too bad we don't match more. Red and pink kind of clash."
If I'd have known there was a color code, I would have matched with you.
I should have known. And she's gonna reach over the bar and find something she likes.
Okay. Athanasios, what? Although you are wearing your armor, what is different than usual?
It is polished to the nines. Like, you can see yourself in this bronze. You look like you're in a wacky funhouse mirror, but you can see yourself. The cloak, rather than the kind of knitted, nice blue one that kind of rests over the shoulders, is instead in this bold, kind of stark white color that seems to actually glow. Though that could just be that it's catching the light that naturally emanates from Athanasios. Apart from that, not too much is different. It just looks like what he is, but like cleaner.
You will be having like a couple of clasps that do show the symbol of Valara, that this would be customary for you in these occasions, almost like cufflinks, but for like holding a cloak together.
For armor.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And we'll go back to Ayaka now if you're ready.
Yeah. So there is a moment initially as she steps down and you're like, she's in the same goddamn outfit. Like, what the hell? You're like, what the fuck? And she kind of steps in and she kind of looks at all of you. Does seem a little smug, just a little bit. And you see the clothes that she's wearing kind of shimmer and shift and alter like in front of you. For those that play Final Fantasy will know what this is.
Okay.
She is wearing a black sort of kimono outfit with red and gold outlines. For those that play Final Fantasy will recognize this as Yotsuya's outfit.
Is it the one from the shop?
Yeah, it's the with the gold center, and she has like it down to her shoulders.
Ooh.
Oh,
Nice.
I know the one that
Nice,
you're
nice.
talking about. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, and then she also, you can see on the side of her head, like held to the side as a like a fox mask that's kind of just sitting there, and she kind of just like clicks it back in front of her. So only her lips are showing.
Incredible.
So is she like coming down the stairs like from the rooms?
Yeah, and then like the outfit as she steps down just goes whoosh, like shifts.
Rune is like absolutely enthralled and like scampers over. And like, how is that? How you look incredible.
Ah, thank you. Took a little bit of doing, but I think
Did you
I
make
managed.
this?
Oh no, there's the design, yes, but the actual magic behind it is I can let you know later.
It's incredible. You clean up very, very nicely.
Thank you.
Incredible, flawless. Incredible.
You look
So
great.
everyone's down and dressed now, right?
Yes,
Yep.
the last two people that, well, the last three people that show, you see surveillance come down, in this like almost like this kind of like navy blue suit, which he definitely brought with him. He absolutely brought
He
this
had
with
it.
him
He keeps
because
his
it's
formals
surveillance.
with him.
Yeah, it's this.
It's like a
No,
velvet,
actually, he's
like,
not wearing
blue.
navy blue. It's like this really like fine tweed suit. So it's like this very like
Attaboy.
this very like fine tweed suit with like white shirt, tweed waistcoat, and like red bow tie, with like wearing brown brogues and like brown leather gloves as he
Oh, I wonder what
walks down
Nessa would wear.
with his cane. Nessa is probably going to be in some kind of dress like yourself, very much like kind of fine black ball gown.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I would have dressed her.
Yeah. So she's in a fine black ball gown. Lipstick is red this time as opposed.
Yeah, it's like this like dark like wine red. Yeah.
This kind of like a dark maroon red as opposed to the usual black, or kind of off black that she usually wears. And then finally you see Tristannia come down, her hair like very elegantly done. Her white hair almost like it was kind of side braids done, and then like flowing, like kind of in a bit of an updo with like two strands like just coming down her face, and looks like a princess in this this very like fine white silk, that's lined with gold.
Rune is going to as close to like squeal with excitement when she walks down. I was like, I've forgotten to wear that one. I'm so glad that's the one you picked. I'm so glad that's the one. You look incredible.
And like the white seems to like really accentuate her lilac skin very well, and her violet eyes, and just makes it stand out all the more, and she looks stunning. Like
Everyone's all dressy.
Absolutely phenomenal. And at this point Drak turns to you, is like, okay, I think we are ready to go. Shall we?
Yep.
Where is
Yeah,
Athanasius
yeah,
in reference to Rune? How far away is Athanasius from Rune?
Where do you want me to be?
I'm just wondering.
Can be as near as you like, my love. What's the...
I wanted Rune to check her hair in Athanasius' armor before we leave, because there's no mirrors in the guild.
Is there not?
I mean,
I was.
Why?
I
Did
am
you just decide?
deciding
Did you decide that there was no mirrors in my guild and my game
Why
of
would
Dungeons
there-
and Dragons? Is that what you're telling me?
Why would there be
Kids,
no
I'm holding
mirror?
in a dress
For
that smells
the
like
bet.
flowers. Like, yes.
For the bet.
There are
Yeah,
no mirrors. I
Okay,
need
so
armor.
the mirrors are all currently down getting cleaned, I guess.
But it just makes so
I have a
I
feeling
don't-
this is something Rune is used to doing, is checking how she looks in someone's armor.
Yeah,
and the
that's
closest
fine,
one with
but-
visible armor is
Yeah, no, so-
probably
Yeah, so I will say, let's say that there are mirrors there, but Rune has failed to notice any of the mirrors because she's rolled
Yeah,
a fucking
it's like
nat
she's
1
too
on her
distracted.
perception check.
Hold on.
Truly
This will be the
wild.
one time you roll a nat 20. This will be the one time
No,
you roll a
it's
nat
not.
20.
No, it's a 14. But still,
It's a
DC
14.
on mirrors,
For-
insanely high.
Yeah, DC on mirrors is insanely high, and you see Athanasios's armor completely ignoring
Mirror.
every mirror that is in the guild. And you just check your hair, and how is Rune wearing her hair?
It's definitely like, actually, hold on, what's her regular picture? It's similar to how it is now. I'm kind of thinking she's like a half up, half down kind of moment, where
Okay.
she has like front pieces, and then there's like a little curly moment, and
Okay.
it's just like all down. And there's like flowers and like vines and stuff. Anything like rose themed.
Okay. At this point, you all get yourselves standing in a circle. And Drak actually does have his blade with him, but it looks very ceremonial. And it's in like a different scabbard than it usually is, and he gently draws it. It's like, all right, shall we? And
Let us go.
and flashes it
Yeah.
through the air, and you find yourselves in the foyer of the Temple of Agale that you are familiar with, but it looks very much done up for the occasion. You're all immediately flooded with smells. These very like, it's almost like assaulting your senses. So the first thing you get is very nice flowery rose smells, like almost akin to what Rune's dress is like. And then you get like spices and sweets. These very like sweet, almost honey smells, and like then almost like the smell of a roast dinner, and like the very like pleasant smell of like the fresh ocean, and these smells are constantly rotating and changing, and like you see, as you're like looking into like the main area in the temple, you see like very like subtle light changes, almost giving the room a like almost like it's fairy lights that are like changing color very, very slowly, like going from blues to greens to reds to pinks and fading and then getting brighter again. Not in like an alarming way, but in a very like pleasant, oh, this is really nice. And it's like it's like, you know, those rooms they've got for like really nice sensory rooms. This is what this feels like as you're all walking in. And see tables lined with food and drink. Lots of people in finery. A lot of the temple people who work in the temple, like Rune. You can see those that are actually working the party, in white. In very much like white frocks and like white shirts and tunics, lined with this like almost rose pink, is the kind of common color thing, and one greets you all, and like is holding like a plate filled with wine glasses. and passes them to you. It's like, hope you enjoy the celebration.
Rune takes one and takes the second one and like offers it to anyone else as well, and says hello to whoever it is. That's
you actually do recognize her. This is Ithelea, who you would work quite a bit at the temple with, and as the rest of the party kind of walk in a bit, you and her step to the side, and just like, brought an entire crew today, did you?
Do you like them?
So,
I've been with them for a few days now. They're quite interesting.
So which one are you with?
None of them.
Well, which of you have you got your eye on anyone?
I don't this time yet. I don't know.
Yeah, is there one?
I
you're
don't.
thinking?
I don't.
Can we hear this?
No. This is out of earshot. This girl.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I don't know. Like some of them are like really good friends, and some of them are like outsiders or just got back into town after a long time. But no, I don't know.
You
I don't
have
want to
the
make
champion
anything...
of Valara there, and you have like the son of one of the houses. I can see who they are, and they're not exactly subtle. And you've got
lower your voice. Lower.
You've got
your voice.
The
Lower
outsiders
your
there
voice.
as well.
Lower your voice.
Lower your voice. They're all pretty cute. Come on.
I know.
Oh, you're spoiled for choice. That's the problem. Okay.
Hush. Go back.
Can I make a perception check?
The shushing is probably the loudest part you hear. Rune's gonna take another. Put her empty glass back on the tray and take another one.
Just save some for me.
Just gonna real quick, just perception check.
Ben's like straining his ears, like
have you seen those like animations where the ear gets bigger as they try to listen?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what happens to Ben.
I will say there are a lot of people talking at this party, so unless you're getting like a fucking 30 on the roll, you're probably...
Nah, I got half of 30.
Yeah, no, a 15 is not. You hear the shush and that's about it.
Does it look like
talking about us?
My friend here with the tray, does it look like she's run down at all? Does she still look perfect?
She still looks like...
Okay, phenomenal.
Picture
Great.
perfect.
Otherwise, she was getting prestidigitated to look perfect again.
Azalea is like...
Azalea, okay.
Not Azalea, just Zalia. So
Azalea, okay.
So it begins with a Z. Is a dry. Same as Tristannia. Her skin is slightly a lighter shade of lilac, whereas like it's a lot more subtle compared to what Tristannia's is, and has like this kind of like platinum blonde hair, as opposed to the like shock white that Tristannia's is, and is in this very fine frock.
After the shushing, the excessive shushing, she's gonna look back at the group and sort of like and go, "Anyway, what do you think of my dress?" And she's gonna do a little twirl, and like the rose aroma hopefully will be noticeable amongst like the rest of the temple. But
you truly are the most magnificent of us, as usual, darling.
And she's gonna do the thing.
It's perfect. And I would have expected no less of you, my dear. That is wonderful. Now, unlike some of us, you actually have the night off to go and enjoy yourself. So please allow me to live vicariously through you and go and just have a good time. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
That doesn't narrow the list all too much. Yeah. And with that, she's gonna turn back around towards the group. Like, this is like obviously like Rune's absolute happy place.
Yeah.
And like she is thriving here. Who was standing the closest to Rune?
out of the party, probably Drac was probably near the back.
So who was closest to Rune? Drac?
Yeah, Drac would have been closest to you.
Okay, never mind that. She's gonna say like, should we
Okay,
go? And she's
lead
gonna
on.
sort of like grab the front of her dress and like lift it up and sort of like skip. And like half like turn around to make sure everyone's with her as she keeps like skipping up towards the temple.
Yep. Ben moves with her, and he's just like he keeps tugging on his collar a little bit, like not that it's he's not uncomfortable. It's just been like a long time since he's been in this attire, and it's just not as familiar as it was. So he's just like,
Drac walks up beside you. He's like, "You having trouble holding that up?" Here. Snaps his fingers, and like the dress almost like doesn't come up too high, but it almost like floats just above the ground, so that you're not having to like hold.
I don't
it
have to
hold
lift
up as
it?
you walk. You can see he's enchanted. It's much the same way that like Surveillance had enchanted
Did the books?
The books. Drac has done the same thing to your dress here.
Not too high.
No. It's just like literally half a centimeter like above the ground.
Just so I don't have to carry the weight of the gown.
Just so
itself.
that you don't have to
Okay.
carry the weight. It's like it's gonna make it easier for us.
She's gonna like, and then like cup his cheek, and then keep like scampering. But like this is more like a run now that she doesn't have to hold the dress.
she is very excited for this.
Yeah, let's
We're
all
here to find something, right?
yeah, but we can.
Does
we need
Rune
to
hear
blend
this?
in.
Is she far enough away?
She's far.
Oh,
Rune is
okay.
bolted at this point.
You ran.
No, I mean, we're here at party.
Right, and Drac's like, "Come on, we better catch up with her," and starts making a beeline for Rune. Rune, this is your paradise. So where is it that you're heading to? And the group
I'm
will
imagining
follow?
we have to like go up a set of stairs. Like I'm honestly thinking like the front of the Met. Like we have like this like cascade of steps up to like a platform. And that's where you'll get like the first round of people entertaining, and then another round up, and then you're actually in the temple itself. I don't know if that's right, but that's what the theater of my mind is doing. So I'm imagining Rune is bolting up both little flights of stairs, and is now in like the actual like temple proper, and like is going through like the columns and whatnot, and is sort of like scanning the room, seeing who does she see. Is everyone staring at her? And, like, does she see any of, like... Okay, saying her regulars sounds gross in a way I don't mean, but, like, her regulars...
You see Daedalus. You see Daedalus pretty much straight away, because he's surrounded by about six girls from the temple who are, like, clearly after his attention. Because he's Daedalus and he's one of the most attractive men in the entire city.
Oh my!
And
I thought he was an old man.
no, Daedalus is
what does that matter?
Daedalus is Delph.
Okay.
Daedalus is just straight up a Delph.
I heart hot dads.
Like yeah, very much so. It looks like he's in like late 30s, and like,
Is actually 609.
Your words,
Nice.
not mine.
Do I need to like perception who I see?
No,
Or-
you make a perception check for me anyway to see if you see
Okay.
extra people.
Okay. 17?
17. Okay, this NPC list is putting in work today. Right. So you see, Daedalus Night Reaver. So the champion of Carida. So you're like mentor guy.
Carida is Nessa's
Yeah.
temple. Okay.
So
That was the one we talked to when we were going. Okay. Okay.
He's in like this very fine like black and silver doublet, wearing black gloves and like high boots. And it still has his scythe across his back, because he's never anywhere without this, and is like standing at the table with a glass of wine. There's people that are trying to talk to him, and he's like politely smiling and being like, you can tell he is not comfortable here at all. You also see a couple of the Halcyon Wardens.
Okay.
And people that you assume you would know by their reputation that are members of the Halcyon Wardens. So
Okay.
you obviously see Aramis. You see both Aramis and Capito.
Okay, but we're not supposed to talk to them. Got it.
Yeah. Aramis is wearing this like purple and gold sleeveless tunic. Almost like a sleeveless robe almost, so it like comes down to his like just above his ankles. And he is walking around completely barefooted. Which is as standard for him. Capito is in this like whereas like before it was like a sunburst kind of gi, like a sunburst orange, this is like a lot more, it's almost copperish, so it's like copper and gold, and again sleeveless, so showing his 2 sleeves of tattoos, but without the gauntlets or usual armor that you would associate with him wearing. Make an Arcana check actually for me.
Oh God. Okay. Oh, okay. Ooh, is that it's 20?
Yo!
Yay!
With a +8, so 28. I see everything. I am touched by gods.
Everything.
So, with
No, literally, my Rune's brain explodes.
with both of them and the other members of the Wardens that you see, you also get to tell which ones are kind of magically inclined and what kind of magic that they are inclined with. They're also all wearing glamours, so this is like they are wearing like full suits of armor.
They
and
are
all their,
fully geared.
They are fully geared, and like their weapons are glamored to be invisible. But the ones that you see are Aramis and Capito.
Yeah.
You also see this man with like undercut, so like shaved sides of a head and like a kind of top knot, with like very very tan skin and like tribal looking tattoos all over his body, wearing like this like shirt with like sleeves rolled up and black waistcoat. You would know this as rookie Ioana, who is obviously he's one of the Halcyon Wardens. He is known as Spirit of the Stream. He is a water endowment fighter. Although he's martially capable, there is magic involved with his abilities.
Okay.
You also see a woman with like long red hair that's actually tied up, these kind of like golden brown eyes, very prominent red lipstick, and she is wearing this purple frock, this very fine like violet purple frock. You know this as Madison Halliwell. She is the cat of Carleone, and is Vanador's own member of the Halcyon Wardens. She's the one that looks like Makima, for your reference, Kat.
Thank you. As if I didn't understand that.
And then finally you see this man with like almost like short dreads in his hair, that makes the top of his head, and then the sides are shaved. You see like a shark tooth necklace around his neck, wearing like this, like it's the most like one of the most intricately designed tunics you've ever seen. It's like black with like these like swathing circlets of gold. You know this as Sia of Nataloria, who is known as the Requiem Rapid. He is it is well known that he's a blood hunter. He's the Order of the Freshwater Fin. So he is with that nat 20. You can
Shark Boy.
Yeah, he is Shark Boy. You can
Shark Boy. I could be Lava Girl. I could be Lava Girl.
You can definitely detect some like spiritual animal powers associated with him. They are the members of the Halcyon Wardens that you see. The ones that you do not see, that are not there. There are two that are not there. So
is it of note to me that I don't see certain members?
Well, yeah. There are two that are obviously not there. One of them is Lorenthal, who is currently missing. And then the other, who is not there, is Heartfire Ardana, the Mother of Magma. She's a pyromancer sorcerer. She is the one associated with Satan Hall, which was the area that was worst hit by the World Squall. That was the one where the elemental plane of fire is like bleeding through to it, and she's been like chosen as like temporary leader of the country because the royal family were wiped out. And although Halcyon Wardens by like rule don't take up political positions,
an exception.
This was an exception because someone needed to fucking stabilize the entire country. And she's someone that like that
bitches get shit done anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the wardens that you see. You also see.
Oh my god.
Nefeli.
Let me perception again.
Nefeli Alisek, who is the matriarch of the School of the Senses.
Okay.
So she is the mama boss. You see her. You also see, and you don't know that the other three met these people, but you see, you would know of them. So Captain Erla and Devar, who's the captain of the Ithelea Guards. So who the three of the explorers met at the beach, along with
them. Okay.
Along with Lieutenant Nico Kadalos, who was the soldier that they met at the beach, and standing with them is Magister Tarun Alikas, who was the battle mage, the Magister who had closed the portal that you guys came through.
Right after when they were okay.
Then you also see a lot of members of Kraken Guard.
Okay. So, do I see what's her fuck?
What?
Celestia?
Bitch. Yes.
No, Celestia.
Yeah,
Celestia is.
What's her fuck, bitch? Do I see her?
Celestia is very clearly not there.
As expected.
Good.
Yeah.
It'd be on fucking sight.
When the members of Alfarius that you see.
God, I'm sorry.
Are Terra Alabaster, who's the Earth Genasi alchemist, Sana Rivar, who's the Tiefling Genie Warlock, who you guys actually met during your session 0, Rolaria Amastasia, who is notably one of the only wood elves here. The wood elves, which are the Valdronel, because they're typically associated with the Venador Imperium. She very clearly stands out. She's you know her as like a Horizon Walker Ranger, so she deals with like the plains and stuff. So very much doesn't really deal involved in political stuff. And you also see the leader of Alfarius, who is Markaroth Deeptide, who is a blue dragonborn, and he's just wearing his pirate's coat, because it's Markaroth, and Markaroth does whatever the fuck he wants.
Okay.
And
That's a lot. Okay, so I see a lot of people.
but also
see everybody.
speaking to your matriarch, you see Queen Thessala Hermine. And another man who is like actually like hooded, and dressed all in white.
Is our princess looking like herself? Or is she like disguised? Like, has she like changed her?
To us, she looks like her. But you can see with that natural 20 Arcana check, you can see that her circlet that she is wearing is definitely doing some magical shenanigans. So
All right,
you can
okay,
kind of
perfect. I was like,
you can kind of put two and two together and realize that this circlet is probably disguising her identity.
okay, perfect. You said there were 6 temple girls around
Daedalus, yes.
Jeremy. Where is the rest of us now? After like Rune's like finished her drink, scanned the room. Have they caught up?
Yeah,
or...
everyone's kind of caught up at this point.
Okay.
Can I,
So
Ayaka, as she's gonna walk while you're trying to figure out what you're doing next, she's
Thank
gonna.
you.
Yeah, you're good. Several things that I forgot to mention. One is that her kimono does have very prominently the Oshiro clan like emblem like embedded in the center, and like she has it on her like her shoulders as well. Like she is like for Giri and Benedict, she doesn't tend to advertise like her emblems and her like iconography and all that. She like tries to keep low key, but like with the kimono, with the fox mask and everything, she is like fully out and like presenting as a member of the Yashiro clan, and like fully being like, I'm representing my clan in like a sort of microcosm here, regardless of whatever looks that may give her. But specifically, she's gonna kind of and she's walking like kind of gliding almost up to each person, and she's gonna pass sneak some notes to everybody.
Oh.
She's gonna sneak some things, just like pass by, and like as she kind of walks by, she kind of slips her hand like next to other people and just like hand off stuff. Do you want me to make a sleight of hand or?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Because the place is that crowded, people are drinking,
Yeah.
and not like.
Yeah, she's gonna just like glide up and just like casually hand off some pieces of paper to the crew.
Who are you all handing stuff off to? Is it just the like PCs that are present here, or are you handing stuff to Drac and Tristannia as well? And surveillance.
Yeah, I'm assuming surveillance is fine. He seems to be well off on his own.
Surveillance is a level 18 wizard.
Yeah, I was like, he can probably biff all of us, so it's
He
fine.
might be okay.
He might be
He's
okay.
fine.
Same with Drac. I feel like him and Drac are kind of on the same.
No, surveillance is a lot higher level than Drac. Drac is the
Okay.
same level as you guys. Drac is
Okay. Then I'll hand stuff to Drac and Tristania as well. I'll notate down here in a second, but just to let people know.
Sorry, that's a lie. Drac's slightly higher than you guys. He's level 10.
We are. Level
Oh yeah, user
level
level
10.
10. Never mind. I got mixed up with 10 and 6 for some reason. Then yes, Drac is of the same level that you guys are.
Okay. Yeah. Then in that case, Drac will get a little bit of juice as well, and she'll just kind of like as she passes by everybody, just like slip, take their wrist, slip the pieces of paper into their hands, like make eye contact with them through her fox mask, and like it with the pure white fox mask, her like black and gold eyes are kind of really really prominent, and just like
cool.
stares at them for a second and just like like you can't see the eyebrow raise, but you feel like just like a hey, this is a contingency here. Have take these, and kind of just like as if nothing is happening, put her hands back together, and just continue on as if nothing had happened.
Ben is going to go up to Drac and just be like, okay, I understand we're at least Rune is here to party. At the very least.
We're trying to blend in for a bit first. We'll get the signal from Aramis and Capito, and then we'll know what to do. But until then, just take it easy. Just have a drink, mingle, make some friends.
Okay. Would I have seen Daedalus? God.
You've no idea what Daedalus looks like. You have.
Oh, right. Then can I ask Jack? Is there anyone here that you think I could or should talk to?
I mean, given your perchance for armor and stuff, you should probably speak to Daedalus. He's kind of the guy. And look, I know Celestia was trying to say to go and speak to him. He's definitely not involved in whatever she was up to. I think she was probably trying to do that to get in your good books. And be like, I'll offer you to go and speak to the best forge master in the entirety of Shaldaera. Like, this guy is the guy.
Well, if he's the guy, I should go definitely speak to the guy. Can you point him out to me?
Yeah, that's him over there. And Drac points out this very attractive, muscular-looking guy with this kind of like ochre brown skin and like black shoulder-length dreads that are like held back in this like really nice-looking this really nice kind of like umber orange bandana, and you can see him wearing this almost golden yellow shirt, and like black waistcoat, and wearing fingerless gloves, is what he's wearing, and he's surrounded by 6 women who are obviously work at the temple. For obvious reasons, he is that guy.
He's the guy.
That is Timothy.
That is the guy.
I'm like, cool, thanks, Drac. And then I turn to Geary and it's like, Doc, do you want to come with me, or do you want to just kind of buzz around?
So Geary, as a longtime professor, he's thinking of this as basically a fancy faculty party. How you circulate, you make small talk. He can do that in his sleep. What he's mostly concentrating on is keeping an eye out. He recognizes that Tristannia does not look like herself, but we are dealing with some pretty powerful people. Mm-hmm. Is there anybody who, despite that, and despite not supposedly remembering her, seems to recognize her? That's what he's keeping his eye out for.
Make a perception check for me.
And on that note too, while Gary's doing that, Ayaka is purposely trying to make herself as like prominent as possible to like try to draw eyes to her, because she knows she's pretty. To draw eyes to her, so like everybody else kind of goes unnoticed. She's trying to kind of like draw attention to her.
While you're doing
and that's 22.
That's a 22. Looking around the room, you get looks from like Aramis and Capito, but no one else. Not looking at Tristannia, but the only other person that looks towards your group is the guy in the white hood who is standing beside the queen. But he doesn't look like he's looking at Tristannia. He looks like he's looking at the group. It's like,
Oh, like, these fuckers.
Yeah.
like as a whole unit. Less.
Yeah. At this
Yeah.
point as well, Kabuto actually walks up to you, Ayaka, and like does a ceremonial bow as if he's greeting someone from Tengoran.
Yeah. Does the same.
And it's like, it is an honor to have a member of the Ashiro clan at these fine festivities. I'm so glad someone other than me has decided to take a trip to this wonderful city for this wonderful occasion.
Of course. We've always heard of these wonderful festivities, and well, perhaps this can lead to additional visits from the Oshiro clan in the future.
Well, that is something that we would very much look forward to and welcome. And he gives you like a warm hug.
Yeah.
And whispers into your ear. Give it an hour. And then there's a corridor down to the left at the end of the room. Go down there. There is a statue. You will whisper the following inscription to it, and it will open. And then he lets go and then puts his hands on your shoulders like, you are the finest representation of Tengoran. I am immensely proud that you are here. Thank you. And then he turns and walks away.
Yeah. She will drift back to the party. And as she does the same thing, where before when she handed off the items. Speaking of, when you guys do take a look, let me know what, and I'll let you know what you got. But she kind of drifts by each person and just under her breath, she's like, "We have 1 hour. Be ready until then."
Yeah. If Giri is just going to kind of do a lap, Ben's going to walk over by himself to Deadliest, and before he gets there, he's going to take a look at the piece of paper that you give.
Okay, yeah. As you look at it, you realize it's they're kind of like, almost feel like cardstock actually a little bit. And you look down and you realize it's some of the afudas that Ayaka uses in her spell casting, slightly modified. And with your, I mean, you're an academic and she knows that, so she doesn't give you an extra instruction manual. She presumes you can use it perfectly fine.
Yeah,
but you,
I know exactly.
yeah, like it's enough to where you can kind of get okay, I've used spell scrolls before. This is something similar to that.
Right.
So she gives you 3. So if you can, if you want to write it down, I'll read it off real quick. She gives you a 3rd level haste, a 3rd level counter spell, and a 4th level greater invis.
Haste, counter spell, and greater invis. Awesome.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
1, 4, 2, 3s. And let me delete that from my inventory.
Okay. And Ben, you're making a beeline for Daedalus at this point, yeah?
I'm not. It's not like a direct. Like, I'm not going like.
Yeah.
I'm just making my way
Runs up to him.
Downtown, walking fast.
It's very smooth and suave and cool, and yeah, he walks up and he puts 2 hands on the shoulders of 2 of the ladies in front of him, and he's like, excuse me, ladies, I just need to have a quick chat with,
they're not like surrounding him. They're like,
it's not swarming.
Right.
So they haven't like encircled him. They're kind of like
right.
Just like standing near him and just like listening intently to every word he says. They're
like hovering.
They're hovering, yeah, but there are like 2. There's one on either side of him who are like holding his forearms, etc.
Then he'll wait until he's finished pontificating, and when he does, he's going to he's like, Daedalus, I presume.
That is correct, dear boy. What can I do for you?
Hi. I've been told that you're the best there is at the foremost knowledge in armory and weapon craft here.
I am a pretty renowned craftsman, if I do say so myself, employed by quite a number of different folk of here and other planes, shall we say.
Other planes.
Yeah,
What
even
other planes?
the infernal plane mainly. Even Asmodeus needs someone to keep in charge of that forge of his and make sure the demons don't overrun the nine hells, because then we're all in trouble.
Can only imagine. 'Cause I am a quite crafts person myself, and I was hoping maybe I could get a little bit of insight into how you craft your pieces, and maybe you could give me some information on the weaponry of what's the country called? I had it written down.
Zalaka.
Zalaka, yeah.
Oh, Zalaka.
Zulaka.
I can talk about stuff that I do myself. Zalaka's kind of trade secret. If you're in, you're in kind of thing. I don't know you, boy. That's...
It's like, well, you don't know me, that's fine. Maybe I can prove to you that I'm a capable tradesperson, and with that I use my boots of the winding path that I made last night, and I teleport behind him, and I then use I take out I forgot to say, but I have my revolver holstered at my side, so I look like
Take
a
out
cowboy.
a gun in the middle of a party.
You know? Yeah.
It's a statement piece. It's my nice gun.
It's a gun.
Yeah, but you teleported behind a dude and pulled a gun.
And then pulled a gun.
I'm not. I'm just gonna tap him on the shoulder and say, I made these boots
my gun?
myself. No, I did.
The gun is still holstered, I'm pretty sure.
The gun is still holstered. I just
Okay,
said
okay.
the gun is in my holster.
Got it.
Jeez.
I was like, holy shit.
Ben
escalated
with
so
no
fast.
chill.
No shit.
He raises his eyebrows and is like, well, you're definitely eager, and that's some fine equipment. Here's not really the place to be talking shop, though. You come by the forge over the next couple of days, and we can talk, and I'll see what I can tell you. I don't really want to be divulging things about the homeland over here, when there's a lot of...
Oh, you're
there's
from
a lot-
Zulaka.
Yeah, originally I'm kind of from all over the place. Born in Zalaka, I trained under the god of craftsmanship here in Nixterina, and crafted weapons. Have helped craft weapons for all matter of divine. But I tend to float about from one place to another. Spent a lot of time down in Avernus. Again, the Forge of the Hells isn't going to run itself, but I tend to get around. But yeah, Zalaka's always going to be home.
Well, I can see you already had some adoring fans. I won't keep you any longer. Then I just wanted to.
Honestly, it's nice to have a little change of pace and to be able to talk a little shop with someone here. No, not many people can appreciate fine bits of craftsmanship. It's like a non-artist can look at a painting and go, "Oh, that's a pretty painting," but they don't know the brush strokes. They don't know the embellishment.
Exactly.
They don't know the hours of blood, sweat, and goddamn tears that we put into these things. So
yeah.
What's your name?
Very, very
Sam?
literally. Mine, Benedict.
Benedict. It's a pleasure. You make sure to come by the shop. Yeah, I'll show you.
Does Rune see Ben and Daedalus talking?
Yeah. And he says to you, Ben, I can't promise the world, but I can show you a couple of things. How does that sound? Does that sound like a fair deal?
Sounds like a good deal to me.
All right. You take it easy. Enjoy the party, Ben.
You too.
As it looks like they're wrapping up, Rune is going to insert herself through the crowd of girls and just sort of like have her say like, "Oh, excuse me," and like she will part the entourage.
They part like the Red Sea upon seeing you. You have a little bit of stature here at this point. Like you are the kind of, not so much the it girl of the temple, but that kind of thing that like you have status here. You have absolute like status here, and there is a hierarchy, and they know that you are above them in the hierarchy, and that like you are Daedalus's favorite. So I'm
Rune, imagining
darling,
that Rune walks up and like Ben and Daedalus are sort of diagonal from her, and she walks up and says, "I'm so glad you two met," and puts an arm on Daedalus's, I guess, like bicep, I guess, and says this, and like sort of like wraps her arm around it and like kind of like tucks it next to him and says, "This is Ben. We've been working together and traveling, doing a couple missions together lately."
Oh, this is one of your new friends you were telling me about.
Yeah, that just got in a couple days ago through some of the rifts. Yeah.
Rune, darling, you look an absolute vision tonight. That's this dress.
She's gonna do a little bit of a twirl.
Is that
and immediately
Luna roses I can smell?
You know it is. And she's gonna like twirl back in, and like her hand will like end up on his chest, like real flirty. And she'll say, "How are you enjoying the party?"
It was wonderful as always. Can barely get a moment to myself with all your lovely co-workers here at the temple, but it's the place for it. The drink is good, the food is good, the company is good, and I need a little night off before I got some pretty big contracts to fill over the next couple of weeks. So this will be the last night off I get in a while. So it is very much the time to do it.
Do I have anything that does this? No, I don't think I do anymore.
What are you trying to do? And I'll tell you if you can do it or not.
No, because like the cute thing that GB does, it's because she has druid craft, and that's not like I can't like. I guess I can prestidigitate.
Yeah, you can prestidigitate a couple of flyers or something if you want to do that.
I want it to look like she's pulling full flowers out of her hair.
Yeah, I'll allow
like
that.
Like a full like and like as she's like pulling them out of like her braids or something like that, she like tucks like a set of like 2 or 3 into like his tunic or something like that, and says, and like puts her hand over. I'd be like, "I hope I see you again tonight," and then like looks back to her group and like eyes specifically at Drac and Athanasius and say, "But I think I have my hands full tonight," and winks at him.
Oh, I can see. Well, don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Again, doesn't narrow the list.
No, not at all. But you enjoy yourself. You work. I did tell you the other day you work far too hard and need to take a night off. So now seems like ample opportunity. Go.
Here it is.
Go enjoy yourself, my dear.
And Bryn's gonna look towards the girls that are like still there, and like whatever one looks like she's the most in charge of, like the other ones would listen to. Is like, make sure you take care of him tonight.
And he takes your hand and kisses it, and is like, "You have a good night now, all right?"
And she's going to grab Ben's like bicep forearm and like gracefully walk him away from through the gigantic gaggle of girls, like back to the main group.
I go with her. It's like, listen, I've been trying to understand the exact nature of this order. Are they? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to insult.
No, we're not prostitutes, if that's what you mean.
Well, I was going to say like escorts.
No,
There is a function of the
Like-
temple that does.
It's like,
that-
yes.
but it's not just about that.
But like, so long story short, so you don't offend anyone else you talk to. Much more about, and Rune's just gonna go, it's just better if I show you. And she's gonna put her hand around like Ben's neck and like her other hand on his chest and like look up at him like really affectionately and sort of like rub his shoulder or something like that and say like, doesn't that feel nice? That's that.
He's just like,
Exactly.
He does not know what to. He does not.
And so
he
she
doesn't
like,
know what to do.
so she like, you know, like takes her hand away and goes, it's more about comfort. It's about sensuality. It's about feeling as relaxed and grounded and like all of your needs are fulfilled. And sometimes that is a need that gets fulfilled here. Sure. But it's not like that. Make sense?
Right. Yeah. I just don't really. Yeah, I get it. I think. Where's Athanasios? I feel like I've been.
Yeah, she's gonna turn around thinking that she was walking them in the direction of the rest of the group.
Yeah, you were walking back towards the group, and sure enough, Athanasius and the rest of the group are directly in front of you.
Okay.
The leader of my temple knows who both of them are, right? Athanasius and Drac.
Yes.
She would know who they are. Okay.
Well, she would. She may not recognize. She would know Drac by reputation.
Okay.
And like, he's known of. She would recognize by his features who he is.
Okay.
But she wouldn't have met him before.
Okay. Rune's going to sort of listen to what the group is talking about for a sec, kind of scanning the room still, see if there's any conversation she wants to go interject in, and probably take one of the more well-known gents with her to sort of start making the rounds to be seen with dates as like a representative of the temple.
Yeah.
And like the higher scale she's seen with, like the better it is.
Yeah, both Athanasius and Drac would be the two, like, they're kind of like
the it girls.
You can't, the it girls. You can't get much more high stature, like, essentially out of everyone that's here, unless you're a member of the Halcyon Wardens or Daedalus, then you can't really get like higher.
Well, I already took care of one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just gonna chill for a sec. I don't want to take up all space.
Excuse me, Mr. Room,
Yeah.
before you wander off.
Yes.
Do you know the gentleman over there in the white hood? He's been watching the whole group of us all evening.
On that,
Over
does
with
Ayaka
the
recognize him?
Queen.
Do I know the man in the white hood?
Do any of us?
So
Do not make me roll.
So Ayaka, he looks, he's dressed similarly to the guys that were outside the temple here. This guy, Shaldaerans, you will know this guy by reputation. He is, if I can find him here, he is the Archon of the Order of Ithelea. He is the Triumvirate. That is what he is known as. No one knows what his actual fucking name is. He is very mysterious, and is the leader of that entire order.
So we are to understand he's a protector of the royals of some sort.
What? No. So basically, the Order of Ithelea are the ones that uphold civilization. They're almost like
There's like secret police and shit.
Cops.
like very much
Like CIA is the vibe I got.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
kind
Hold
of.
on.
So-
Wait,
so-
do we like them then, or no?
So they are seen as very much a necessary thing that like holds up the civilization. They deal with a lot of criminal elements, and
Okay.
and they also deal in the laws of the society and making sure the laws are functioning as they should. If there's loopholes, they fix the loopholes. If someone is not acting within the spirit of the society, they tend to come down hard on them. They're a bit like a fucking Inquisition. But they are
Okay, so it is like an order of act right.
They're very much. They're not a secret society because
police.
everyone knows about them, but they are a society with secrets. Think of them like the Freemasons combined with like.
Honestly,
the
that's kind of where
Illuminati.
I was headed with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
If the Freemasons like were overtly in charge of the laws of the world and were also like doubled as an overtly Inquisition force, that is the Order of Ithelea.
Okay.
and we do know at least some parts of them are working with an enemy.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's the same enemy. It's an enemy.
Yes.
Because Drax's crew got run into them, and I ran into them.
Yeah. They are.
That's that group. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are the one example that is definitely you guys know we're compromised.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't know how far it goes. We don't know if the head honcho is bad, but some part of them is bad.
Gotcha. Okay. I really love that we thoroughly explained these things to me before I go into RP now.
You got it. Oh.
The amount of times.
So
Yeah.
so Gary, that is who that is, and I assume that like Rune or someone will explain that to you.
So who that is a great question. What they do is not great. Like a secret policey, kind of deals with all the criminal handlings, kind of up there on the kind of the justice or things in that nature, but I think they're a little bit when it comes to morality. And
They're a paladin
kind of-
order that aren't paladins is essentially the simplest way of
Yeah.
explaining what these guys are, because they're all rogues.
And it's great when they have a moral compass that points north. But I believe there are an amount of them whose moral compass does not point north.
Well, suffice
Does that
to say,
make sense?
yes. Surprisingly, from what I could tell, they're a military intelligence organization in service to the throne that is currently on opposition to us. So, well, deal with that what you will.
That is a much more politically succinct way of saying some of them suck and some of them are on our side, but we don't know who's who.
Essentially,
Yeah.
that fucker is not to be trusted, is what Drac pipes up with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't... Above the table. Has Rune crossed paths with this one in particular?
You've not had interact. You know the Archon to see, but
Like, by... Yeah, but I don't know them.
you wouldn't know him.
Okay, cool. Why do you ask?
I'd like to know who's watching us. That's all.
Oh, I mean, we've she's gonna sort of like tug at the lapel of Giri's like jacket and sort of like, we've made you guys fit in a little bit more, but you don't look like you're from here.
It's I
In
don't
fairness, he's been watching all of us, not just the three of us who are new here.
He would
Well, if I-
know the mission that we are being on.
So I'm going to pretend that everything is great, like I'm going to this entire night. And so when I slip away, people will think I've run off with a bunch of really cute boys. And they are not going to suspect anything. So I'm going to go get another drink and do a couple little twirls for people who don't pay me enough. I'll be back. And she's going to turn around and go. And she's not going to take anyone. Well, she's going to grab Drax's hand and go off.
Okay. Mingle, everyone. See you in a bit.
Yep.
Okay. I follow the order and attempt to mingle.
Okay.
Attempt to mingle.
Athanasius, what are you doing at this time?
Athanasios is probably going to look to see what food they're serving and find a healthy option. And then look around to meet with other people who have been sent from the other temples to kind of do the you don't know anyone at this party either kind of trick.
Okay, so you see Dalaris, who is obviously like a fellow champion, so you would have interacted with him like on a couple of occasions, and Dalaris is very pointedly staying away from the crowd and sitting there with a glass of wine, and he's eating some fucking grapes.
It's gonna be draping the arm over the shoulder and gonna be like, Dalaris, Kiora, mate. Give it a little punch in the chest, like on the breastplate, let it a hollow ring, just a bit of bravado, which I take it he probably doesn't like. Just be like, how are you enjoying the party, mate?
It is certainly a party, Athanasius. You know how I feel about these things. I understand the necessity, but I have work to be doing that I would much rather be doing. But the goddess demands, and I, as you know yourself, and I carry out what she requires.
Honestly, yeah, man, I totally get it. It's not really my bag either, to be honest. But I'd much rather be, at home, hitting the bags, having a little bit of a read or something, or just out in a smaller, more intimate setting. But I kind of get that this is kind of necessary for the the politicking and the obnobs, and Valora says, "I go, man."
I could use either a good book or a sparring dummy right now. Just to, I feel I'm getting a bit rusty. I never get any action anymore.
You look pretty lethal, man. What do you mean you don't get any action anymore? Like you stuck behind a desk?
Most of the time, it's overseeing things in the temple and training the up and comers. But like even with these rifts, the world squall, as they are calling it.
Is that what they're calling it? The world squall?
Yes, the world squall.
I don't know who came up with that name, but it's pretty catchy.
Yes, it's a pretty catchy, all right. But we've got some. I've been assigned to be keeping abreast of a lot of things that have been happening further afield than just Shaldaera.
What, like in than just Shaldaera. I mean, what else is there, man? It's kind of the world, right?
What,
Do you mean like beyond the like, the veiled sea and stuff?
beyond the sea that is no longer veiled.
Well,
The continent that your new friends came from. I have a.
oh yeah, I mean, honestly, they kind of didn't really tell me anything except they came from this university.
Wait,
I'm gonna be honest.
Hold on, back the fuck up here. Does Athanasius not fucking know that the world school was?
What?
They didn't really
Athanasius doesn't
explain it to
believe in
him.
it. The Earth is
They didn't-
flat.
They didn't really explain it to him, and
Oh,
he kind of
funny.
just
They'll
he
tend
just
to
thought they were
flat.
from out of town. It's,
The North.
They never the North. They never said the words, like they said white fawn, but like white fawn could be anything. No one was like we come from another continent or so, and we have phones.
But-
No one said this.
But we
to Athanasius.
explicitly said we fell from the sky. We said that.
Okay.
Even through a sky that was
Fly.
nearby.
Yeah, we have
yeah.
a sky here.
I'm
Yeah, I
also
was
realizing
scared here.
none of us sat down with Athanasius and said anything in depth.
That's
Not a
incredible.
damn
That
thing.
is the best thing that's happened the entire campaign, and I am
Not
here
a
for it.
damn thing.
Athanasius has been rolling with it, and it's like, who are these fucking weirdos, man?
It's just like,
I was gonna say,
alright, they're a little wild, but okay.
You know what, man? You know, we're all Jock Timson's beings, as they say in the Scottish place in Shaldaera.
Daelorus starts
North?
rubbing his temple.
The North?
And turns to Athanasius like, all right, buddy. There's some things you ought to know. Shaldaera is just a continent in the world, but there are other continents where the
Oh yeah,
veil.
but they're bad places.
No,
That's why
not
the veil's
not
up, yeah.
no, the not bad places. They're just places that were hidden from us because of the abolishment of knowledge thing. Remember the.
Oh yeah.
Did you read up about the reality
Yeah.
the reality magic plague? Yes, those are the places that were going to be affected by it, but then we had some wizards do some fucky shit. I only have slightly more magic than you. I don't know a huge amount about it, but it was very much a case that yes, these continents evolved without us, but now the veiled sea is navigation's foil is no longer foiling anything. And
Not foiling navigators.
yeah, it's not foiling any navigators anymore, so we're going to have to rename it something else. But that is the thing, and I have been in charge of keeping abreast of things that are happening in, especially where your friends came from. There's quite a prominent adventure. Well, a couple of prominent adventures seem to have fallen during the event that caused this world squall. It appears that they were at the epicenter of this thing that has caused this.
Damn, that's kind of fucking
Damn, that's
mental,
wild.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude.
It's wild.
First I've heard about this deep one thing, which I've honestly never really interacted with myself, and then there's the case of this fucking world squall, which I also have absolutely zero reference on. And now you're telling me that you're stuck behind a desk dealing with this shit, man. Honestly, man, I think you and me, we should just take to the road. You and me, two champions, nothing but a spear and a sword, and just stop
The
by some
open
Timmins. The
well,
open
well,
road,
I
you
don't
know?
I don't really use a sword. I use my scythe, but
Yeah, but I think maybe it's not if we're gonna be traveling incognito, right? I'd have to turn off the light show, and you'd have to get a less distinct fucking weapon.
he snaps his fingers, and the scythe disappears in a puff of smoke, and he's like, I can
That's
make
handy.
this disappear when I want to, but I like having it on me. It makes me look a little bit more intimidating and makes undesirable people
Makes
not want
me
to
look cool, he
not want to come up and talk to me while I'm here.
No, I can't do that, but I can summon it back to my hand. I think that Valara likes me to keep it on it with the whole spear of virtue kind of thing. So it kind of wouldn't be if I was the fucking bare hand of virtue. I would need the spear to make it work.
Yes, that would make sense. The making
Anyway,
it
listen,
disappear
man.
and reappear thing, it's a Reaper thing.
It's much more your aesthetic. Yeah, I can't lie.
Yeah.
Listen, I've got something to tell you. do you remember what the Oracle used to be? Like, it's been shut down for a while. It's kind of like what's the name of that fella who runs that shop with a catalog, and you could get like any Argos? Yeah, that fella Argos. He ran this store,
Don't you mean
and
Argus?
it was no Argos. It's I think it's said in a traditional kind of Nixterina way. Do you think he it's kind of like him, where like you think it's been closed forever, but like actually some of it's still open, or what's kind of going on there?
Wait, hang on a second. Did you mention the Oracle? As in,
Yeah, man, like,
the Temple of Delphania.
Yeah. Skits, man, innit? Like, I kind of just remembered. I like had a good think about it, and
Good. Think about it. I love you. This is great.
Athanasius,
no.
not everything is as it seems when it comes to the Temple of the Oracle. It's a
well, I mean,
look.
yeah, they kind of want to maintain an.
Valara speaks to you, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, she doesn't, like talk like we're talking. It's kind of more just, vibes.
No, Kirida speaks to me, as in we have.
Oh well, look at you, man. You're a top fucking bloke. If you're getting spoken to directly, I'm just here. She just kind of sends me like light and vibrations, and I just kind of have to figure it out with my own conscience.
You'll get there when you're a champion for long enough. It'll happen to you too. But anyway, that's besides the point. There are things in Nixterina that haven't been. There are things hidden, things that, judging by the way I can see things are going, will be revealed soon.
Mm.
There's a lot more to the Temple of the Oracle than meets the eye, shall we say.
Yeah, I get you, man. Also, just circling back, when I thought they fell from the sky, I fell from the sky too when I was a baby. So, like, I just kind of thought that was a kind of a similar deal.
You just thought they fell from the sky. You do know that, like, when you fell from the sky, it created like a crater, like it was like a meteor had hit.
Well, they told me I was a big baby, so.
You are a big baby.
That's the explanation. Officially on the records.
Big baby.
Yeah,
TM.
something like like 8 kilos or something. I don't know. Like, it's kind of.
Huge baby.
You're a huge baby. Holy.
So
Oh my god.
It's a toddler.
This is a child.
Athanasius, you have a good night. Take it easy.
Yeah, you
bro.
too, man. And
like, I'm outta
don't be a little wallflower. Death comes for us all, as you make sure. But don't forget there's a life to be living.
Death comes for us all, as you make sure.
What a one-liner.
Bro.
Guys, I love you all, but like the RP interactions I have with Cass, you could not make them up. Like across this campaign.
Bro, what do you think y'all just did?
I make them up, yeah. We do make them up, Eli.
All words are made up, Eli.
You know what I mean?
Everything is real.
Anyway,
Everything's made up and the points don't matter.
right. So while that interaction is finishing, Rune, where are you dragging Drak to?
To the queen.
Oh, fun.
Okay. You go straight up.
So as this is like a casual stroll. This is not like a beeline or anything like that. This is like a Rune has sort of like grabbed Drak's hand and has like worked her way up to like sort of be like clutching his like arm or something like that. And like it looks like they're there together now. Like
Right.
it looks like that's the moment. She passes another girl, gets another drink, gets Drak another drink, and they're sort of just now in the middle of everything, very, very visible. And just sort of like small talking, very, very under the radar talking, and we're just like, so this is the plan. Royals. Yeah, you ready?
Always I deal with this on a regular basis. This would be nothing new to me, so it's not my first
Would Drac
rodeo.
have met my matriarch?
He wouldn't have met her personally, no.
What do I call her? Matriarch?
Yeah, in this setting, it would be matriarch.
Also, Ayaka's gonna trail a little bit behind just to be somewhat nearby.
Okay.
Okay. Does I think what Rune is after right now is trying to be seen very visibly with someone prominent. And
yeah,
she's,
you've
like,
got a lot
looking
of
around-
eyes on you. You
Okay.
have a lot of eyes on you, because this is like the garments that Drax's outfit was very purposeful. It was very, very purposeful. This is the very much the it would be Ula Dracu high noble colors, and like the necklace that he is wearing very much marks him as Shalandriel, and like with the circlet as well. Even people that haven't met him know who this guy is. Like he is a member of he is the son of
Like, so
Lord
people
Shalandriel.
know. Okay.
People know, and you have
Are people like dancing in this area?
yeah, people are dancing.
Okay, it's gonna sort of be like a little bit of a half-ass dance because they both have drinks, but like Rune's gonna have like her hand like over his shoulder or something, and they're gonna be like sort of dancing and talking. And as they're like kind of like circulating around, kind of like surveying the room a little bit and making some small talk, and Rune's gonna go, "It's a lot of eyes on us right now."
Yeah, it is. This is tends to happen when you're seen with me. Sorry.
Well, this is my temple. It's kind of what happens when you're seen with me.
Oh, works both ways then.
As they make sort of like a full circle, Rune's gonna see the queen and the matriarch and ask if Drac has met the matriarch before.
No, I've not met her before. I've met the queen, but I've not met the matriarch.
Has Rune met the queen?
You wouldn't have met the queen, but you would have met the matriarch. Well, you've obviously met the matriarch.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Okay, just make sure one of us knew each other. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna try to catch eye contact as we're dancing with the matriarch to sort of see if it's a good point to like come up for a conversation. Seeing as I have a high profile person with me.
She smiles at you and she nods and like back and
okay, great. Rin's gonna sort of lean into Drac, like her hand on her chest, and say, "We're gonna go meet the matriarch and talk to the queen." Yeah.
Okay.
And she'll grab his arm and like lead him towards them.
Okay.
Towards the matriarch.
As you walk up, matriarch Nepheli calls across to you as you're getting close. Like, Rune, darling, so good to see you, and I see you've brought a companion for the proceedings this evening.
Yeah, of sorts. Matriarch, this is Drac, as I'm sure you know. Drac, this is the matriarch of our temple. And as Rune introduces him, she's sort of like this half curtsy head bow sort of thing. Like she can't actually like do anything formal because her dress is fucking massive. But it's like a very in service kind of nod and bow.
Drac bows and is like, Matriarch Arlisek, it is a pleasure to meet you. My father has told me great things, as has Rune actually. And Queen Hermine, it is lovely to see you as always. And the Queen is like, and you too as well. tell me, how's your father? I've not seen him for a couple of days. And Drak, you can like feel Drak's heartbeat change, but then you feel it like steady itself instantly, and like a way of emotional control you've not seen many people be capable of. He's like, you know how it is. The situation in Satan Hall is, he has his hands full, but needs must. We need to make sure that we are keeping Shaldaera safe for all its inhabitants, as you know. And there's a bit of subtle bite in what he's saying. This is very much like political warfare. And you can like tell he is very good at this. He is very well versed in this. And she's like, it is understandable. Well, do give my best wishes to him. It would be good to have him amongst us once again. The relationship between our two nations is so important. And Drak, like, almost immediately retorts, like, believe me, nothing is of higher priority to me or my father than the good relationship between Nixterina and Ulladraki and the welfare of Nixterina. And he nods.
Bryn's gonna squeeze his arm and go, such lovely sentiments, Your Majesty, and like give like a little like half bow.
And he nods to them and is like, and he turns and sees the Archon. He's like, Archon, it is good to see you here as well. It's not often you join us in celebration of these fine events. And the Archon is like, it is a wonderful time for celebration, especially after all our people have endured lately. And he has this almost like ethereal voice.
Does he have a drink or anything? Does he look like he is partaking, or is he just like standing man? He
is standing there, hands like arms folded in front. Not quite like a bodyguard, but is very much there observing proceedings more than anything else.
Question, real quickly. Just sorry to interrupt. The Queen has met the three of us, right? That because we met her when we came by.
Yeah, the Queen has met all the three white fawn people.
Yeah, because I remember she was in the room when
you guys like got brought up to the
yeah.
When you guys were given your mission initially, you met Queen Hermione.
Okay. Real quickly, just while Rune is having a conversation, because Ayaka's kind of like like a little bit far away, just like as support, like, you know, just in case shit goes horribly wrong. Can I just because she has big old kimono, you know, like baggy things, just quickly flip one of her talismans and do see invisibility, just in case anybody tries to some fuck shit, like with Rune or with the group.
You do see invisibility?
Because she has a talisman, so I imagine her hands are like in the sleeves, and she
like
just flicks
in the
it real
sleeves
quick.
hidden.
Yeah, she just like flicks the talisman and
using it in the sleeves. Okay.
Yeah.
You see on the back corners, well, not quite at the corners, but on like the kind of sides of the walls, you see these like invisible hooded silhouettes are standing there. There's like, you can see one near you on the side of the room that you're on, and you can see one like standing directly opposite at the other side.
I'm so glad I decided to do that. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I was like, there's probably invisible motherfuckers around here somewhere.
Are they like the same types of hooded creatures as the Archon?
You can only see like like you don't get
like
to
silhouettes.
See exactly what they look like. So you see invisible silhouettes, but they are very much hooded silhouettes. So it is likely that they are members of the Order of Ithelea.
Wonderful.
Bro.
At this point, Drak bows his head and is like, well, it was pleasure to see the three of you again. And he takes the matriarch's hand and is like, and matriarch Alisek, it was a pleasure to finally meet you in person, and kisses her hand. And the pair of you, after you make your...
I'm gonna say I wanted to speak to the matriarch for a quick moment. If you wanted to grab us another round of drinks, I'll be with you in 10 seconds.
I'll grab us another drink. And then he like gently, affectionately, just like touches your cheek, and then like
Rune leans into it. Like, it's a show.
Yeah,
it is
it's
show.
such a show. And then walks away and stands a little bit away after grabbing a couple of drinks.
And Rune is going to like reach out for the matriarch's hands and say, Your Majesty, I'm so sorry, just one moment, and sort of like turn a little bit and like sort of like whisper and was like, good. Is like, do you approve? Kind of like looking for like, I am still obviously in service here. Like, is this good? Are you happy with me?
That is wonderful. I don't know how you... Of course I know how you managed to get a catch like that. As you, Rune. It's exactly what I would expect of someone as magnificent as you. But even still, that's... Wow. Marvelous work.
Is there... she's gonna sort of like not lean in anymore, but sort of like look out towards the rest of the group and is like, is there anyone else you'd like me to speak to in service of the temple?
I would.
Or am
I think you're pretty good where you are. You are very much on the right path.
Great.
Try to be seen in public with him as much as possible. That is.
You have my word. Between
it's the son of the leader of the Halcyon Wardens. That is.
And Rune's gonna sort of like turn again and say, between him and like nods over to the rest of her group, or like where Athanasius is standing now, and
champion of Valara as well. Excellent.
Yeah, I don't really know how they feel about me. I think we work together, but I I don't know what all of that. But I thought that would also be good as well.
Darling.
I just wanted your blessing.
Excellent work. Stop fretting. You are doing wonderful. You are...
What if they were just friends?
You are my absolute joy, as always, and I am immensely proud.
If you happen to not see me anymore this evening, please don't.
Enjoy
and
yourself.
She's gonna give a little bit more of a squeeze to her hands.
Remember, it is while I appreciate every act in service to the temple, it is your night off. You can let loose a little and just enjoy yourself this evening, okay? If that happens to be enjoying yourself with the son of the Archmage of Illadraku or the champion of Valara, then all the better.
We will see how the night unfolds. But you know where and with whom to find me, should you need me. And I like, as I'm walking away, I'm also going to sort of like quietly say, I already did my rounds with Daedalus, so we're good over there too.
Oh, perfect.
And she's going to walk back to Drac.
Okay.
And like nod towards the queen as she leaves. Jesus Christ.
As this is done, essentially you get Ayaka. Now an hour has passed. As the group begins to reform all together.
Okay. Yeah, as she gathers tries to find people wherever they've been going to, the order has not moved from the position. They seem to be like guarding, right? As far as
they're not anywhere near where you guys need to go. You would like walk past them, but you wouldn't. They're not like where you need to go is like at the kind of bottom corner, almost. Yeah. It's like bottom corner, and it's like up a flight of stairs. Like
Sure.
this party is taking on like place on multiple levels.
Yeah.
These ones, and like you took a quick glance upstairs with your see invisibility. You didn't see any up there. They seem to be focused down here. It seems to be more ceremonial in case someone tries to fucking shank the Archon. Is the type of
they seem
vibe
to be in
that
a
you're
guarding position. Okay, that's what I was feeling. Okay. But yeah, as if I remember correctly, our stones work telepathically as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're linked telepathically. Yes.
Yeah, she'll just sort of like casually start drifting towards the corner, and as she makes eye contact with the group, she'll be like, "Hey, follow me. Give a bit the fair distance so we're not seen." And then she'll also be like, by the way, the order has like invis guards like here. Just don't acknowledge them, but keep an eye out in case some fuck shit happens. I'll meet you guys over there.
All right. As user walking, Drac like
Rune and Drac hang back, away from the rest of the group.
we hang back, and like Drac whispers just like, let's play it up as much as we can here.
Thank you. But if we have to make it, it's a show. It's a show.
It is
And
a show.
Rune's gonna sort of grab his hand. Like, I want us to like shift. Like, as that group is sort of separating, I'm gonna like wave bye, especially to like the femmes, and sort of like clutch onto Drac a little harder to sort of make it clear I'm not with the group now.
Yeah.
And kind of go back near the center of like the dance area and ham it up with Drac.
Yeah. He matches your energy to a T. So it's like everything that you're putting in, he puts the exact same amount in.
Right.
As you're dancing, like twirls you.
Yeah, the twirls is really what I'm after. I want to let me work the dress a little.
Yeah.
We're getting the rose petals. It's giving, and I want to be able to like, as like we take a break in between like a song or something like that, like say hi to like some of the temple girls and things like that, and introduce Drac to some of them.
Okay.
So like I'm seen with him and a lot of temple people.
Yeah.
So like if there's gossip about where I've gone and where he's gone, there is one story.
Yeah, it is very clear that you two are there together for all intents and purposes of everyone else in the room that's not the party. Like can very much see, and after sufficient time has passed where the rest of the group have all gone towards where they need to go, that's when you and Drac would follow.
Yeah, it's gonna be me looking around, thinking I'm being really sneaky by like taking Drac down to my office or something like something like that. But like going down the corridor.
Yeah.
But like looking around to make it seem like I don't want, like I'm looking to make sure people aren't looking, but like I see people looking, and we're gone.
Yeah, that happens like that, and then while all this is going on, Ayaka, you've reached the statue that Kabuto had mentioned, and you you recite the inscription, and then you're, by the time Drac and Rune catch up, you see it shimmer, and like put your hand through it, you can see that it is now essentially a portal. So you can all walk through.
Yep. As they're now out of the public eye, she'll look at everybody, make sure everybody's with together. Rune, she'll hand you some ofuda just because she didn't get it because you went ahead on the rest of the you're running out. She'll like, I know you're capable, but just in case. And then she'll as she turns back for dramatic purposes, as she like hands you the ofuda and turns back, her kimono shifts back into her combat outfit, and as she turns back,
Rune is standing here dumb. God, she's beautiful. And like looks down at the piece of paper.
Yeah. I'll let you know after stream. And she'll be like, no, not everyone just goes through.
Okay. As you all go through,
Follow.
you see, you find yourselves not even able to hear the sounds of the party, which tells you that you have gone straight through directly into the Temple of the Oracle. And you find yourselves, let me paint a little visual picture here.
Do we need the roll 20?
Yeah, bring up roll 20. We're not going to do any combat today, but I just want to give you like
Show.
I kind of
Yeah.
visual.
Show us a bit.
And this is what you see. You've stepped. The interior of this temple. There's a lot of wildlife in here. So there's sand. There's like flowers and trees, and you find yourselves standing here, in front of this waterfall, this gate. And this waterfall, and Drac turns to you all and is like, well, it's time to get out of finery, because how I imagine we're going to get to where we need to go, especially from what Tristannia said, and she pipes up and she's like, this leads down to a secret passageway, to a kind of secret, like almost like a secret commune type.
Secret tunnel?
Yes, we basically go through the water, and then there's a couple of things we're going to need to get through. There's a maze, and then after we get through the maze, we will find ourselves in what will look like a complete new open space. It looks like a whole town amongst itself. If the other oracles have escaped, that's where they'll be.
Yeah.
And with that, you all either magically or manually change out of your finery, and into your normal battle gear. Drac literally just pulls out his sword and like runs it down like in front of his body, and like almost like not quite Sailor Moon-esque, but like like as the sword is going down, you see that part of the outfit change to his usual wizard robes.
Rune's gonna fish into her pockets and like pull out her actual bag, and then go into her bag and like pull out her robes and stuff like that. And when she takes off this gigantic dress, she's left like half naked, like sitting cross-legged on the floor, like
Fucking
punching her like this gigantic ball gown into its pocket, so it's like self-contained in its own little pocket bag.
Incredible.
And then she puts the little pocket bag in the bag of holding and gets like fully dressed, like into her normal robes and whatnot.
Amazing. As you all get dressed, Drac and Tristannia motion for you to follow them as they begin to step into the water. And
one more thing, if I can, before we break, just because. So Gary digs into the pocket of his vest. He pulls out his pocket watch, and little mechanical legs crawl out, and it's the spider you've seen before, who climbs up on his shoulder and gives everybody some temp hit points as we head into whatever's next.
okay, you can
Does
either
that little guy have a name?
I'm sorry?
Does that little spider guy have a name?
The bat is my familiar. It has a name. The spider is technically a protector cannon, but it doesn't actually have a name.
Oh, I
Please,
just wanted to
Protector
say,
Cannon was my father. Call me Prot.
Just call me Cannon.
Yeah, 11 temp hit points.
11 temp hit
Sounds good.
points.
Thank you.
Cool. And with that, guys, you also will level up.
Hey,
So
Ooh.
level 11 for next
Oh my.
week.
yeah.
huzzah!
As a fighter, what do I get for level 11? I bet you it's
Absolutely nothing.
extra attack. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't get anything at level 11, which means I get a new spell cast, like a new
Yeah,
spell
you,
level.
you get more spells.
I think we get 6, don't we? Don't we get 6?
Yeah. So I just meant like I don't get any like class benefit or something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or is it level 12 you get your class benefit at?
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But we get 6, so
Yes,
so
now we
that's
get
good.
6th level spellcasting.
Okay, sweet. As you all walk into the water and find yourselves in what lies below, that is where we're going to call it for tonight, guys. Thank you very much. It is so good to be back after a couple of weeks. That was a very fun little social session, which I very, very much enjoyed. I think it was filled with a lot of very, very lovely moments. So absolutely kudos to every single one of you. Thank you everyone who's come along and joined and hung out this evening. We are going to raid out to the wonderful folks over at Tabletop Notch.
Yes.
And we will see you guys next week.
Yeah.
Wow.
See ya.
See you later, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Are we done?
No, we're right.
Oh yeah. Okay.